Mike Bizzacci of Logan Township, New Jersey. You can't follow the market because nobody can predict it. What you have today could be gone tomorrow. That's the way it works, up and down, and your money goes up and down. That's what led me to see if there was another alternative. Crash-proof retirement gave me that alternative. With crash-proof retirement, the money you make is credited to your account, and that money's yours. No ifs, ands, or buts. No fees. We had a high point of 13.5%. Once it's credited, it's your money to keep. That's a big deal.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on January 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Santa, he's not checking his list. He's checking out the insane deals at the Bush Auto Group. Forget Black Friday, forget Christmas shopping. These deals are so big they'll have your wallet saying, ho, ho, holy. We're talking huge dollar amounts off select Nissans. Infinity's so affordable, Santa's ditching the sleigh for adaptive cruise control. And our pre-owned deals, they're so outrageous you'll feel like you're stealing. But don't worry, it's all perfectly legal. You're still on the nice list. Visit us online at bushautogroup.com. And remember, Philly rides with us.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
I'm Tyrus.
I'm Liz Clayman.
I'm Greg Jarrett, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Friday, December 20th, 2024. I'm Chris Foster. Joe Biden is still president for another month, but President-elect Donald Trump is already affecting what's going on in the world and in Washington.
He's calling policy shots that current elected lawmakers are trying to get things done, and you got to wait and see what he does. But even with J.D. Vance, taking part in these meetings as they try to hammer out the funding issues, he's acting like the current vice president. I mean, they very much look like they've transitioned in.
We're talking to Fox News Sunday host Shannon Bream.
I'm Jared Halpern. President-elect Trump wants Congress to punt the U.S. debt limit deeper into his term.
If we don't have that, literally there is no moment, there is no pressure to be able to actually talk about debt and deficit. So it does have a reason to be there to force us to talk about what Congress does not like to talk about.
We speak with Oklahoma Republican Senator James Lankford.
And I'm Tommy Lahren. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
Joe Biden is president for exactly one more month. He hasn't been seen or heard from a lot lately. He was with his wife and Vice President Kamala Harris at the Democratic National Committee's holiday reception on Sunday.
The one thing I've always believed about public service, and especially about the presidency, is the importance of asking yourself, have we left the country better shape than we found it? Today, I can say with every fiber in my being, with all my heart, the answer to that question is a resounding yes. Yes.
He has until noon Eastern Time, January 20th, to get anything else done before Donald Trump is sworn in as president again. He kind of seems like the president now, meeting with industry and world government leaders and helping to kill a short-term spending bill agreed to by leadership in Congress.
It really struck me when President Trump went over to Notre Dame, the opening of the cathedral there after the devastating fire, and to see the way he was greeted. They're acting as if they're dealing with the current president.
Fox News Sunday and Living the Bream podcast host Shannon Bream.
He is doing meetings. They're coming to Mar-a-Lago. They're kissing the ring. And you're right. I mean, he's calling policy shots that current elected lawmakers are trying to get things done. Yeah. And you got to wait and see what he does. But even with J.D. Vance, taking part in these meetings as they try to hammer out the funding issues, he's acting like the current vice president.
Yeah.
I mean, they very much look like they've transitioned in.
I know it's a different case because Donald Trump was the president, so there's already sort of the trappings there. But anyway, there are some Democrats that are mad that the still current President Biden is kind of squandering his remaining days, weeks, hours, and that he should be trying to get as much done as he possibly can. I don't know what he could do. I know he's trying to get some money locked in and spent
for Ukraine
on his agenda items that he can. I don't know how much juice he has at this point.
Yeah, because listen, I think what he'd love to do more than anything is resolve the issue in the Middle East, get those hostages out. I think that would be such a capstone to his legacy that his team is really fighting around the clock. Not because of his legacy, they want these people out and safe and the fighting to stop, but I think that they feel like that would be one final feather in the cap walking out the door. He is trying to get all the Ukraine money out the door that he can, and they're trying to get some more judges confirmed through the Senate so that he can leapfrog President Trump to have the most that got done in 4 years. So I think there are a few things they're really targeting, but it's almost like when you see him and reporters can catch up with him and get a microphone in his face, you remember like, oh yes, he is still the president. Yeah. Same thing with Kamala Harris. She's still the vice president. And it's just a weird transition.
Yeah, it's almost, right. Every time he pops up, oh yeah, right.
He's still the commander-in-chief. Yeah.
Also dictating some policy, Elon Musk. I wonder if his opposition to this bipartisan worked out. It had lots of Republican opposition. It may not have passed anyway, but it did start the ball rolling to this deal being just scuttled altogether. I wonder if this is foreshadowing how much power this guy could actually have next year.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Republicans are always really upset about unelected bureaucrats having power in these federal agencies. Well, now you got a guy who's outside of the entire political world, and they celebrate him for a number of reasons. They really do think, many of them, that Elon's support pushed President Trump across the finish line, especially in places like Pennsylvania, where he got very, very involved, and that he's going to, bring in Doge, and they're going to crack down on the spending. But it's almost like they've created their own monster, and you want to use them for your good purposes and where it works for you. But now they realize, like, oh, he can also blow up our policy and what we're trying to do, because he is probably one of the most influential people in the world, and certainly in the world of Washington.
The Supreme Court's taken up this TikTok ban. Remind us what the case is about, if you could, briefly. And also, how does the expedition process work when there's a real-life calendar when a case does have a hard deadline like this and the Supreme Court isn't working on their own timeline, they're working on somebody else's?
It's kind of unique because they usually, it takes years to get there to the Supreme Court, but they do take things on an expedited basis. This law that was passed, profound, overwhelming bipartisan support, signed into law by President Biden in April, basically tells them by January 19th that any Chinese interest and ownership, ByteDance, of TikTok has got to divest. You've got to find a buyer who is not connected to the Chinese government. So that's fast approaching. And the first round of briefs due on December 27th, the next round of briefs, January 3rd. Then the Supreme Court will hear the case on January 10th. They rarely allow themselves to be pushed by outside deadlines, but they know this is one that they can't ignore. And if they decided, they could have not gotten involved at all and just left the lower court ruling in place. But by getting involved, they know they have to expedite it. So I'd assume we're going to get a decision before January 19th.
Well, yeah, and it's only 9 days between the hearing and the...
Which is exceptionally quick for them.
This group of House Republicans is recommending that former Congresswoman Liz Cheney be criminally investigated for witness tampering during the January 6th investigation. Could that potentially go anywhere, or is that for show?
I think that's why folks like Liz Cheney and others who are not fans of President Trump are so worried about what comes next. Kash Patel, is he going to be heading the FBI? He's talked about, we're going to play by the rules, but those rules do include that if you've crossed the line in any number of areas, that you could potentially be in trouble. What they're alleging is that she had communications with Cassidy Hutchinson, remember, who was one of the key witnesses for January 6th, outside of her attorney, that there were secret communications and that there was something potentially illegal there. I don't know. Remember, there was so much pressure on President Trump in term one to go after Hillary Clinton, and he didn't do it. He felt like it wouldn't be good for the country. Now, he's got a real personal beef with Liz Cheney, so it'll be interesting to see if there's any action there. But his allies on the Hill are trying to give him possible avenues to go there.
Donald Trump has gotten ABC to kick in $15 million toward his inauguration for something George Stephanopoulos said. He's suing an Iowa newspaper over a poll that was wrong. There's a CBS lawsuit. Trump says the press needs straightening out. There's a fine line between defamation and something somebody doesn't like. And normally the press gets a lot of leeway.
They do. When you're a public figure, of course, the standards are even higher, and he's certainly one of the most public figures. But, when he talks about somebody calling him a rapist, I mean, there's talk that it's possible he could institute litigation against Illinois Governor Pritzker, who referred to him as a rapist. And so I think he has felt very beaten up in many, many ways and is now saying there are ways to push back. I mean, he's a public figure. I'm sure even before he was president, he was involved in things that, were defamation or slander, that kind of thing, because he is such a well-known guy. It'll be interesting to me to see if any of these cases kind of gets legs and finds its way back to the Supreme Court, where they've set the standards for what it is to defame a public figure, and whether that changes the law as it currently exists.
Yeah, and I mentioned about several cases all in one breath there, and they're all very different. The Iowa poll, if you're calling that election interference, you're calling every poll election interference. Shannon, Fani Willis was in the news for a while there. Now she's lost a battle in court. This could be a case that just dies on the vine.
Yeah, remember that he and several of the defendants in this Georgia election interference case down there had argued that they uncovered these nuggets about a relationship with Nathan Wade, one of the attorneys that she had hired on, and they really were trying to make something of that as an issue about, the optics of a conflict of interest, and that the prosecution itself was tainted, the entire thing. Now, you'll remember that the trial court judge, Scott McAfee, said, okay, here's some conditions. She can stay, but he has to go, or she leaves the case, all those kinds of things. So she stayed on, Nathan Wade left. It went on appeal, and this Georgia appellate court has said, no, she shouldn't have stayed on the case either. So she's booted from the case, and now the question becomes, do they find another prosecutor? Do they let the case die? What happens to this case? Because it's not just President Trump. There are many other defendants involved, too.
Yeah, and it's a criminal case. So I don't even know how that works. If she's the district attorney of Fulton County, Georgia, I don't know who would. I guess another Georgia DA could take it up. It's a statewide case.
The Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia, this group, they're the ones that have to find a prosecutor, then decide whether the case continues on. Listen, it would be just I can't wait to see the social media outpouring and postings over this, because the president-elect, he's got plenty to say.
Yeah. We're more than a month now since these drone sightings started in New Jersey.
Oh, my goodness.
Trump says the government knows something. They're keeping this from you. The Biden administration, the Pentagon, everybody just keeps saying, look, there's nothing nefarious, at least, going on here. And as far as we know, there's nothing even uncommon going on here. How much is this? Could it possibly just be mass hysteria?
I mean, it could be, but when the government says things like some people are mistaking stars for drones, I mean, that feels like an insult to our intelligence.
I think Larry Hogan did.
Yeah, and it's sort of like, I can look up in the sky and see if something's hovering over my house. I haven't seen any of these. There are all these eyewitness counts by people who seem to be trustworthy and are having these personal experiences. It's one thing for the government to come out and say, there's nothing to worry about. But then when we press, do you know exactly who these drones, can we trace them back? Or they're tracking frequencies? Like, how do we do this? No, but we're sure it's fine. I mean, people just do not have great confidence in the government. I went and pulled the numbers from Pew polling, and when they said, do you trust the federal government? It was like 22%. Yeah. So people are just very skeptical, and they don't feel like we're getting the whole story. It'll be interesting to see if, when Trump is officially sworn in, if he has anything more to say publicly about the drones. And what we do know, I mean, he's commander-in-chief. Whatever we know, he should know.
Yeah. And you think he could have been briefed on it already if somebody wanted to.
Yeah, he kind of demurred when he was asked whether he's briefed or not. And I'm like, I don't know how to read that.
Yeah. Right. He says, oh, they're not saying anything, but I'm not going to say anything either.
Yeah.
Just a few days left in the year, too. Could 2025 potentially be as weird or weirder than 2024? Or maybe the drones are the start of something.
An alien invasion?
Maybe Godzilla comes out of the Hudson River.
Oh, my goodness. I'm waiting for the Loch Ness Monster. I find that to be one of my favorite mysteries. Listen, I think that the world has gotten on this trajectory of the news is truly stranger than fiction. So I'm going to be disappointed if 2025 doesn't deliver. I've come to expect a certain level of crazy.
Yeah, we're living in a very strange timeline, Shannon Bream.
We are, and I'm glad to be living it with you and all of our listeners.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Shannon Bream, host of Fox News Sunday and the Live in the Bream podcast.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
For eligible Eligible individuals 18 and older with self-perceived mild to moderate hearing loss only. Results vary. See JabraEnhance.com for details and important safety information.
Hello, I'm Dr. Harvey Abrams, head of research audiology at Jabra Enhance. Did you know there's a connection between untreated hearing loss and chronic conditions like cognitive decline and dementia? The good news is hearing aids can actually reduce these risks and help you stay connected. Today, I'm excited to tell you about my favorite hearing aids, the game-changing Jabra Enhance Select 500. Jabra Enhance offers an affordable solution for most common hearing problems with our best ever speech-enhancing capabilities for a mighty sound in a micro-sized package. Plus, with Jabra Enhance's premium package, you get 3 years of continuous remote care provided by licensed hearing healthcare professionals. No waiting rooms or long commutes. It's as easy as video chatting with a friend. Because at Jabra Enhance, our job is to help you hear and be heard.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/radio. That's JABRA Enhance.com/radio. JabraEnhance.com/radio.
Hey guys, so you've heard me talking a lot about the KardioMobile EKG devices. So you know already they're the most advanced personal EKGs on the market. And now these amazing devices are at their lowest prices of the year, but only for a couple more weeks. I can't think of a better gift to give to a loved one. I mentioned that my dad has one. He loves it. Than the gift of managing their heart health. On the go, between doctor's visits, even while traveling. These things let you take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds, right on your phone, and now you can get one, listen to this, for just $69. They can even detect AFib, which is a leading cause of stroke. I'm telling you, these prices are not going to last. $69 for the best-selling KardioMobile device. There's no better gift for yourself or a loved one, and at this price, there's no better time than right now. Go to Kardia.com, Kardia.com, or Amazon, and order your KardioMobile today. Sponsored by AliveCor.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneria and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday, December 20th. This is the Fox News Rundown. I'm Sue Guzman. It's back to the drawing board for Republicans as they try to broker a new spending deal to avert a partial government shutdown. This after a Trump-backed measure was solidly defeated Thursday.
Republicans are blaming this on Democrats. But when I look at the vote matrix here, Republicans could not even get a simple majority to pass this bill. There were only 174 yeas on this bill. 38 Republicans voted no. And that demonstrates just how tenuous the majority is going to be in the new year. When you have the president-elect, along with Elon Musk and others who blew up the bigger spending bill yesterday, they come back with a more svelte bill tonight, and they blow up on the floor. They couldn't even get it across the table when President-elect Trump pushed for that.
Fox's Chad Pergram, the deadline is midnight tonight. The Biden administration is canceling another round of student loan debt for 55,000 borrowers. Fox's Jared Halpern has more from Washington.
The administration approved more than $4 billion in student loan forgiveness for nearly 55,000 public service workers. President Biden has relied on the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program to wipe away $78 billion in loans for borrowers who work in education, public health, law enforcement, and emergency response. In total, the administration has canceled a debt of almost 5 million Americans, totaling $180 billion. In a statement, President Biden says that action gives millions of people breathing room to start businesses, save for retirement, and pursue life plans they had put on hold. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Record travel is expected across the nation for the holidays. Fox's Jeff Manasso telling us.
AAA predicts over 119 million people will travel 50 miles or more from home this holiday season between Saturday and New Year's Day, with nearly 107 million or 90% traveling by car. An expected 8 million air travelers will also set records this holiday season. Travel by bus, train, and cruise also expected to increase, with 3 million more people traveling this year than last. And some welcome news for drivers. Gas prices are lower this year than the past two previous holiday seasons, with the current national average for a gallon of regular unleaded hovering around $3 nationwide. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Have a great weekend. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ride Home with Rich Cioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
These unidentified drones that are flying over New Jersey, they're saying they should declare some kind of a state of emergency.
Here's a marketing idea. I know yesterday was the sales day, so this probably won't be heard for another 6 days. We need to have a Kayal and Company drone watch party.
Oh, boy.
We gather wherever these are. We'll go to Jersey, get mulligans on the line. Yeah. We're all going to sit outside, put the fire pits on. We'll have some drinks, and we'll watch drones.
Johnny Z, are you listening, buddy?
Let's go.
Open up mulligans. Let's do this, buddy.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Grow your savings even when rates are falling when you open a First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings account. You can earn as high as 3.25% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to your funds and no withdrawal penalties. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to get details and open a growth savings account and watch your money grow. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply, insured by NCUA.
Give the gift of flavor this holiday season with Hatfield Pork. Whether you're hosting a big family gathering or cozy candlelit dinner, Hatfield bacon, ham, marinated tenderloins, ground pork, and sausage will transform your holiday meal into a savory celebration. Share the joy of great taste this season. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and retail partners near you. Happy holidays from your friends at Hatfield. For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
It's the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Privacy online is everything to me. There's so many hackers and scammers out there. People want to know my personal information. I don't want any of that. That's why I subscribe to Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo.com. And here's what I'm going to do for you. We'll give you a 30-day free trial at DuckDuckGo.com/1210. All right? You're going to get 3 things in one: DuckDuckGo VPN, personal information removal, and identity theft restoration. Personal information removal is key. I don't want anybody knowing anything about me on the internet. Nothing. So DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro actively scans and rescans and scans again. It just keeps scanning to find personal information about you and then removes it. That's going to help you combat identity theft, combat spam. It's going to save you time, save you effort. It does the work for you. And it's only $9.99 a month. That's right. You get all 3 Privacy Pro features, one low price, less than $10 a month, and you get a 30-day free trial, but only if you go to DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Sign up today just like I did. You're going to be in good hands. DuckDuckGo.com/1210.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos? Starting now, radio listeners get access to our best last-minute holiday deals from Legacy Box. Get your family's videotapes converted for just $9 and photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents each, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of old media. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media. It's the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. Take advantage of this exclusive last-minute holiday offer from Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Recovery from mental and substance use disorders is real. It happens every day. You can recover. Discover hope and help.
Never give up on yourself.
Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The Dow broke its 10-session losing streak Thursday, its longest losing streak since 1974, barely gaining 15 points. But the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ were both off slightly. The S&P lost 5, the NASDAQ lost 20. The economy improved at a stronger than expected pace over the third quarter. The gross domestic product rose 3.1%. It's been revised higher from an initial reading of 2.8%. Existing home sales rose 4.8% from October to November and increased 6.1% year to year. And the number of Americans applying for unemployment benefits fell last week, down 22,000 to 220,000 overall. Continuing claims, that's the total number of Americans on extended unemployment, fell by 5,000 to 1.87 million overall. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Since the 1950s, presidents have asked Congress to raise the nation's borrowing limit. The first time it happened was in 1953, with the Treasury nearing a $275 billion ceiling. Last year, with the $31 trillion debt limit about to bust, President Biden and then House Speaker Kevin McCarthy forced a vote on spending cuts and other provisions in exchange for a debt limit suspension until at least January 1st of 2025. That limit is in reality unlikely to be reached until this upcoming summer. But now President-elect Trump wants Congress to take care of it as part of a short-term spending bill to avoid a government shutdown. And House Republican leaders are on board. A new short-term spending plan released Thursday by House Speaker Mike Johnson would suspend the U.S. debt limit for another 2 years into 2027. The idea came as a surprise to some fiscal conservatives in the Republican Party, and top Democrats in Congress are sounding unwilling to go along.
The debt limit issue and discussion is premature at best.
That's House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries. Both parties have used debt limit votes to force concessions, either in spending or other policies they seek. And President-elect Trump wants that threat removed from his first 100 days and beyond.
That's been a new idea that he has floated, say he doesn't want to deal with the debt limit at all. He feels like the debt limit, when he was president, he had to negotiate with Nancy Pelosi on debt ceiling issues, and he doesn't want to be able to deal with that at all.
James Langford is a Republican senator from Oklahoma and one of the founding members of the Senate's DOGE caucus to lead President-elect Trump's plans for the Department of Government Efficiency.
And so his focus is, if I don't want to deal with it, then we're not going to deal with that. And so I have to tell you, the debt limit itself is there for a purpose. It is there to make sure when we hit that limit, we have a moment where we have to talk about debt and deficits. If we don't have that, literally there is no moment, there is no pressure to be able to actually talk about debt and deficit. So it does have a reason to be there to force us to talk about what Congress does not like to talk about.
Sounds like you're a no on raising the debt limit or eliminating it.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to keep it. We do need to be able to have hard debates about what we're going to do with debt and deficit, but I think it's a good tool to actually be there.
Do you think it's worked? I mean, we've had a debt limit for a long time. You guys just raise it or extend it?
Yeah, you know what? Most commonly, it is just the easiest thing just to extend it and say, get on with it. I have not voted for debt ceilings unless there is a significant change. Let me take you back. The Budget Control Act several years ago had a debt limit increase in it, but it also had an agreement to be able to reduce spending. It actually worked. For 2 years in a row, we literally reduced spending. That's the first time since World War II that we had a time where we reduced spending. That's a good thing. That actually slowed down our spending time period, but that was around a debt ceiling vote. So it forced that moment. If we never have a time where we're forced to that moment, Congress only does something when they have to. That's been pretty clear. And if suddenly they never have to, they won't.
I mean, so it sounds like you're going to be potentially in a tough spot because the president-elect has suggested primarying Republicans who don't go along with this plan. Are you worried about that political pressure?
We're going to walk through this process over the next couple of days to be able to see where this goes. I think the initial thing that the president actually threatened was if those in the House voted for that initial proposal that had everything in it, he was going to try to primary everybody and call them stupid and said, you shouldn't vote for that. He's now added some new things to it.
Yeah, so I mean, I kind of brought that up because obviously you want to play a big role in this Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, as it's now being called on Capitol Hill. Would not having a debt limit kind of undercut what it is y'all are trying to do with DOGE?
Yeah, it would take away that moment when there's a Democrat president to be able to have some leverage to be able to talk about it. The way the debt ceiling typically works is you have a Republican president and a Democrat Congress. The Democrats in Congress are always trying to use that leverage point to make the Republican president spend more. If you have a Republican Congress and a Democrat president, Republicans are trying to be able to make the president that wants to spend more spend less. That's what we've seen historically over the last several decades in it. So it does remove that. The problem that the president has is what he has coming up is that now you have a Republican House, Republican Senate, and a Republican president. That stinks at that moment because no one's trying to use leverage. They're trying to be able to figure out now what do we do to be able to dramatically reduce spending. But that's a much tougher thing to be able to do in the same party.
Let me ask you a little bit about Doge and these attempts working with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and some of your colleagues. You've been a senator long enough to know that the main drivers of government spending and government debt are the hardest things to cut: Social Security, Medicare, the military, that type of spending. What does that leave left if you're trying to substantially decrease debt by billions or trillions of dollars?
So you've got the obvious things here. You've got to be able to deal with the efficiencies of all of those systems that you just listed. No one thinks the Department of Defense is the most efficient entity in the world. Everyone understands the inefficiencies there. So you've got to go back and look for efficiencies in it. But you've also got to look at, and this is a hard one as well, you've got to look at all the cost sharing that happens between states and the federal government. States have balanced their budgets around the country based on asking the federal government to cover more. So there are many programs that are out there that maybe the federal government pays 90% of the program and the state pays 10% of the program. Well, that's, I'm sure, been fun for states to say they get 90% of all this free money coming into their state and they get billions of dollars. But the problem is the federal government's $36 trillion in debt. And that's just not going to work anymore. So we're going to have to change some of these formulas to say to states, you've got to pick up a bigger percentage of this tab. Now, we've got to be able to figure out what that percentage is. It's not going to be 50-50 right off because the programs would all collapse. But we do have to figure out a way to be able to put more responsibility on the states to be able to cover this and less federal. But with that, we've got to give the states more ability to be able to make decisions to be able to get things done. You can't just say, states have to put more in, but they still have the same limitations. They've got to have some way to be able to get that cut off. My own state has $1 billion rainy day fund. Mm-hmm. Okay, while the federal government has $36 trillion in debt. So I look at many states like mine who have been very fiscally responsible, have set aside rainy day funds and have grown those and have said, we want to make sure that we're well prepared for it. That's a good thing to be able to have for them. We don't have that in the federal government. There's no such thing as a rainy day fund. It is a giant hole that's out there that we are going to have to figure out some ways to be able to solve.
Let me switch a little bit to another big priority of the president-elect, obviously immigration, border enforcement. You were a key member in putting together a short-lived bipartisan plan. It obviously fell apart. It's election year politics. I get all of that right. But is there a glimmer of hope that that can be renewed in a new administration?
So there was two aspects of that bill, and everyone forgets this on it. There were more than 1 million people crossed our border illegally after that bill failed. The target of that bill was to try to stop that 1 million people from actually crossing, but now they're in the country. Okay, now it's gone. But there were two aspects on that. After that bill was cutting the funding off to the Biden administration until they actually enforced the border. Obviously, that part's not needed in the bill. No one's afraid Trump is not going to enforce the border. Everyone knows he's going to on it. So that part of the bill is no longer needed. The other part of the bill, the other half of it, was about fixing what's called the asylum loophole. Mm-hmm. That has to be done in statute. No executive can actually fix that. It's a legal problem on it. It's been a legal problem for decades. We are going to have negotiations on that and fix it in law. And that's not a Republican-only thing. You got to have 60 votes in the Senate to be able to do that. So we are going to have to do a bipartisan agreement on fixing the border issue. But now we'll do it with a Republican president. Glad to be able to have that. President Trump has already come forward and said he wants to do DACA legalization, and he kind of put that out there to Democrats. And I think that was an invitation to them to say, hey, come and talk to me. Let's talk about border issues, because I know he's going to want to fix this asylum loophole. He's going to want to build more wall. He's going to want to change the diversity lottery system. He's going to want to take away chain migration. There's all these things he's going to want to fix. And what he's put out there already is, I'm willing to do DACA. Come talk to me on it.
President-elect Trump got a lot of blame for the collapse of your proposal during the election. Are you surprised that he seems to be warming up to it now?
I don't know if he's warming up. Let me say this way. I'm not surprised. I worked with him when he was president the first time. He put a bill forward in 2017 that was border wall, take away diversity lottery, take away chain migration, do DACA legalization. I mean, that was his bill forward in 2017. Now, everybody forgets, though, that Democrats blocked that deal. And I now have Democrats that come to me and say, we should have taken that deal in 2017. And I said, yeah, that's what Trump put on the table then. So I fully expect him to pull some parts of the bill that I had, some parts of the things that he had before, and to be able to put it on the table with DACA and come back to Democrats and say, let's talk again, and so let's see what happens.
I remember one of your frustrations back then was kind of the way that this was described. It was not accurately portrayed in how it handled asylum seekers, right? We've seen some of that in the last couple of days with this CR as well. Do you worry kind of just about how quickly these, whether it's social media or whatever, like these sort of things get out there, and then they're kind of in the ecosystem, and then as a lawmaker, you kind of have to answer for it.
You answer for things that are not true on it.
Yeah.
And that is the challenge. Americans have got to be able to be discerning to see when something looks crazy on it, to think maybe it is actually. With the bill that I put out there, the famous number was the 5,000 number.
Yes.
To say this bill lets in 5,000 people a day, every day illegally. That's 1.8 million people a year coming in the country illegally. Why would you support that? And I always laughed and said, I don't support that. That's a terrible idea, because that's not in the bill. What the bill did is the very first person that crossed the border was arrested, screened under a new process, and deported within hours or days. But if we had 5,000 people cross the border, we don't have enough staff to screen them, so we just arrest them and deport them. So it was strong in the first person, and even stronger by the time you get to 5,000 on it, and everyone would go, oh, well, that makes sense. Let's say, but it didn't make sense on social media, and the same thing happened with the CR. There were lots of things put online that were not in the CR, some things that were.
Let me finish with this, and that's kind of, we measure these presidencies in 100 days. Everybody's talking about the first 100 days. How ambitious do you think this new Republican trifecta can be in the first 100 days starting on January 20th?
So we do have some unique things that we have the ability. Once you have Republican House, Senate, and White House, you do get to do what's called reconciliation in the Senate. That is a 51 vote, but it has to only be budget or tax items. So it's very limited. You can't do new policies. You can only do budget and tax items. But that means we can add more money to border wall construction, to border patrol, to deportation flights, because those are literally just adding dollars to it. Those are some things that we can do. We can add some additional dollars to the regulatory scheme on dealing with more permitting for energy. Those are things we can do, but there's a lot of things we can't do. You still got to have 60 in the Senate. And by the way, that's a good thing. There are a lot of things that when Biden had the House, the Senate, and the White House, we blocked him as Republicans from doing because we had the filibuster. If we get so short-sighted, people say, give up the filibuster for Trump, and then we'll give this away permanently. That's a terrible idea. This is a unique thing that we have in America. This one place that's the Senate where both sides have got to talk to each other is a good thing. Now, we'll be able to move some of those budget things early on, but it won't be expansive on it. We will be able to get through a lot of the nominees.
How's that going on your end? You impressed with the nominees you're meeting with?
Yeah, it's been really good, actually. I've had quite a few folks this week. I had Kash Patel that came by, RFK Jr. that came by. I had a Pete Hegseth that came by. So the meetings have been really good, and get a chance to meet with Russ Vought, who was in the last administration. It's always interesting to be able to see what the media says about somebody than to actually meet them and to go, oh, you don't have horns growing out of your head. You're not crazy on it. You have ideas that are disruptive, but not crazy. And right now, Americans, quite frankly, are looking for disruptive. Most people in my state, in the great state of Oklahoma, feel like things are not going right, and they want them to be fixed. That's not an unreasonable request.
Senator Langford, appreciate the time. I hope you get some time off this week, but appreciate you taking the time with us.
Yeah, glad to be able to do it. Let's solve the problem. Let's keep things going on this, but Merry Christmas.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you kidding me? The current federal government is actually going $1 trillion deeper in debt every 100 days. How are they supposed to keep up with this pace? The good news is there is something you can potentially do to keep them from running your money into the ground. And it's exactly why thousands are turning to Goldco, a top-rated gold company, to diversify their savings with time-tested safe haven assets, physical gold and silver. Goldco doesn't want your hard-earned money to go down the government's drain. This is so important that right now, now, not only is Goldco offering a free gold and silver kit, but on qualified purchases, they'll give you up to a 10% instant match in bonus silver. Call 855-838-GOLD. Diversify and help protect your savings with physical gold and silver, and you could get a return on your money. This offer will only last until all the bonus silver is gone, so act now. Call 855-838-GOLD. That's 855-838-GOLD. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Do you have a special needs child or an older adult in your home? The risk of them leaving the house unnoticed is real and terrifying, but you can protect your loved ones with Vivint Home Security.
Alarm on.
Our child has autism. He doesn't usually elope, but one day he did, and it was the most terrifying moment of our lives.
If I didn't have a home security system, I would have realized way too late he's gone.
Right now, Vivint is offering a free doorbell camera with any new plan, plus free installation and low monthly monitoring plans. Smart locks, lights, cameras, and more make Vivint Home Security the smartest way to protect your family and prevent a tragedy. Vivint is the #1 smart home service provider in the U.S. Protection is just a phone call away. Call 800-953-6693. That's 800-953-6693. Monthly service agreement required for free installation.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Steel holiday savings are here. Find the perfect gift at your local Steel dealer or shop the Steel Holiday Gift Guide at steelusa.com.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Republicans scrambling to avert a government shutdown. This after a Trump-backed spending plan went down to defeat last night in the House. Fox's Chad Pergram.
This needed 2/3 to pass, and they weren't even close to getting that. Republicans will turn around and try to blame this on the Democrats and say you voted no. Almost all did. They say that Republicans reneged on their agreement that they worked out for months to get this together.
One day before the official start of winter, more than 7 million people are under winter storm warnings, including residents of the Twin Cities and Green Bay. Here's Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell.
We are seeing plowable amounts of snow falling from the northern plains, going to the northeast eventually. Here in Sheboygan, it's a beautiful sight. The snow is just slowly falling down, covering the surfaces. We are here under a winter weather advisory until Friday at noon.
America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Week 16 of the NFL season is underway, and it's off to a wild start. The Chargers moved one step closer to securing a playoff spot, beating the Broncos on Thursday Night Football 34-27. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert threw for 284 yards and 2 touchdowns, and the Broncos managed just 6 points in the second half after entering the break with an 8-point lead. Jim Harbaugh used an obscure rule to his advantage at the end of the second quarter, as Chargers kicker Cameron Dicker made the first successful fair catch kick since 1976, drilling a 57-yarder. Both the Chargers and Broncos are now 9-6 with 2 games remaining on their schedules. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Apple has mostly built Apple TV Plus streaming around its own movies and shows, including hits like Ted Lasso.
You know what the happiest animal on earth is? It's a goldfish.
But Apple has also produced several duds, and it's been reevaluating its focus on originals. Bloomberg reports Apple's been in talks with the major studios about licensing more of their content. Bloomberg's Lucas Shaw says it's not like the concept is alien to Hollywood.
It used to be that you'd always license movies and TV shows through multiple what are called windows, right? They'd be in theaters, and then they'd be on HBO, and then they'd be on cable, and you'd have DVD and rental in between.
But because Netflix keeps just about everything it makes, it set a different standard for streaming. The rest of Hollywood is more open to sharing.
All of Universal's biggest movies both live on Peacock, their streaming service, as well as Netflix, and they feel like that benefits them because they get paid by Netflix, they get the audience from Netflix, but they ultimately still own Despicable Me.
Erica Herskowitz, Bloomberg Radio.
Some things in life are meant for each other, like salt and pepper, bacon and mushrooms, or you and the all-new Wendy's Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger. Now, you're probably thinking, wait a minute, does bacon go with mushrooms? And the answer is, they do now. So if you want crispy, crunchy, cheesy, juicy, shroomy, and garlic spready, then you and the Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger are meant to be. For mushroomy, bacony goodness, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text EDGE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text EDGE to 42424. That's EDGE to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Christmas and New Year's coming up. Family and workplace gatherings. Visit your nearest Captain Chucky's. You'll be the hit of the party when you bring the Bang Bang crab cake and cheese specialty bread. This delicious item brought to you by Captain Chucky's and Marciano's Bakery of Philadelphia. Available at most Captain Chucky's locations. Remember the Smith Island Jumbo Lump Crab Cake and the Mega Colossal Lightly Breaded Scrumptious Crab Cake. Locations everywhere. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com. At the shore, visit CaptainChucky'sAtTheShore.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy.
Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan.
I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
I represented him, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, December 20th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number, on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Mary Walter, guest co-hosting for all 4 hours this morning as we roll until 10 o'clock this morning. Our buddy Dan Borowski on the board today. Jimmy Kelly, Phil Almquist, our associate producers, on a morning in which our buddy Sean Farish will join us live from Nashville, Tennessee. Mary Walter, it has been a minute. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing well. You know, I'm not feeling the love because it has been a minute. What the heck?
I know.
I'm just saying.
Let's get those suits together and those brand managers and say, hey, who the hell's doing this schedule these days?
Yeah, really. You just have me in when nobody else wants to work is pretty much what's going on.
You know what? I'm going to send you Greg Stocker's number and email after the show. Mm-hmm. I think you should ruin his vacation right now.
Yeah, I've had this discussion with him before. We met up at we were down in D.C. for an industry event.
Uh-huh.
And he was like, yeah, you just want a beer. I was like, oh, okay.
You just want a beer? Yeah. All I can do is
he walked to the streets of Washington, D.C. to go get, because the hotel where everybody was staying didn't have a bar.
Yeah.
And they could sell a beer, but only the manager can sell. They sell it, but only the manager could do it. And the manager wasn't there. So Greg walked to the streets of Washington, D.C. to go over by the Watergate Hotel to go buy a six-pack.
Yeah, the Watergate Hotel.
It's just like, he's like, you want to come? I'm like, no, I really don't want to walk the streets of D.C. right now. Thank you.
That's correct. I agree.
Like 8 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night. I was like, no, thanks.
Yep, good decision. So you and I have not worked for a while, but before we get into all the stories of the day, and my God, we have a lot to talk about. You underwent a surgical procedure, and I got to be honest, I've seen a few tweets, so I'm assuming, since I'm kind of somewhat in the dark, that the audience perhaps may have seen a tweet or two, but has no idea what happened to you. So why don't you lay it all out for us? What exactly went down with your arm, your shoulder, the whole bit?
Okay, so first of all, I'm not that person that posts all my physical ailments in detail.
Okay.
And the only reason I posted the picture, it's because I thought it was hilarious because I'm in the wheelchair leaving it. I had no clue what planet I was on. And I'm just waving like, ha-ha. I was feeling no pain, and I thought it was a funny picture. So that's the only reason I posted it. So last summer, long story short, my quote unquote good shoulder, because my bad shoulder has already been repaired from a skiing accident. So my good shoulder, all of a sudden I couldn't move. I was like, what the heck? And so my husband's like, I don't know, maybe you got frozen shoulder. So I look it up and I'm like, that's what old people have. So I was very insulted. So I worked through it. Because I grew up with brothers, I worked through it, and my parents were always telling me to rub dirt on stuff. And
Yeah, you
fine.
gutted it out.
Right. And then I finally was like, okay, this is stupid. So I went to the doctor, and he gave me an injection. Said, if you feel better, then I know what's wrong, and I can treat you. I said, okay, great. Felt better for like a week. Wound up going back a couple weeks later, drags out, and he said physical therapy, did like almost 25 sessions of physical therapy, wasn't getting anywhere. And in my last session, my shoulder popped out of the socket.
Oh, jeez.
So the physical therapist is like, yeah, I'm not touching you anymore. So long story short, MRI, surgery.
Okay. And
So-
is it officially frozen shoulder or?
No. So no, I have a hair on my face. No full tears, partial rotator cuff, partial superior labrum, partial supraspinatus, partial infraspinatus, fixed all that. And then what really bothers me is my bicep was almost torn off the bone at the top.
Oh, jeez.
And so they just took it off.
Okay.
And then they reattached it elsewhere. So it's not like super painful. I just don't have a lot of motion. Like I can't, because of my bicep, I literally, if I'm laying on the bed and you tell me to just lift my arm straight up in the air, like from my shoulder, I can't do it. Like straight arm. It
Okay.
just doesn't move.
All right. There you go.
So-
The more
but I
you
still
know.
did my hair and makeup with one hand.
Yeah, how about that? Mary Walter getting it done here on
I
the
can
last
also,
day of the year.
Lift it up a little bit, but yeah.
All right, so we have a lot of good things to get to. We're going to get to the big take, the Fonnie Willis situation from yesterday. We'll break that down in the big take. Then, of course, we're going to get to the media and the Democrat hysteria of, oh my God, Elon Musk is apparently the president of the United States. It's not Donald Trump. Donald Trump might actually be the vice president. This is Elon's world. We'll talk about that. And also, I have my first annual top 25 Trump derangement syndrome rankings, where I'm going to give you my first ever top 25 for 2024. And I want everybody to react to this, see who I have too high, too low on the list, who I might have omitted. We'll get to all of that. But the big story of the day in the news is, of course, this Trump-backed spending bill to avert government shutdown. This story, obviously, courtesy that I'm reading of Fox News, as it fails the House vote. And I know a lot of people were tweeting about this last night, and this was a huge story. So let me just give you a couple of excerpts here. If you're not paying attention, maybe you've checked out for the holidays, you're shutting your brain off for a little bit. So Elon Musk yesterday sought to blame House Democrats for the failed spending bill, posting on X that the, quote, Plan B legislation is super fair and a simple bill that earned the vote of just 2 Democrats in the chamber. The new spending deal, which was wrangled to the floor by for a vote by House Speaker Mike Johnson, one day after Elon Musk and President-elect Trump heavily opposed the first bipartisan spending bill, failed to clear the House by a 174 to 235 vote. Now, just 2 Democrats voted for the legislation. Elon Musk goes on to post the following on X last night. A super fair and simple bill was put to a vote, and only 2 Democrats in Congress were in favor. Responsibility for the shutdown rests squarely on the shoulders of House Minority Leader Rep. Hakeem Jeffries of New York. Now, also, on the flip side, 38 Republicans voted against the legislation, which, according to Fox News, signals more troubles potentially on the horizon. So there's a couple of things that I thought stood out. And Mary, I want to get your thoughts on this. I saw an interesting tweet from Thomas Massey from Kentucky last night, who said, how about this for a novel concept? What if we just take all of these different elements and create single bills and vote on them individually? Thought that was a pretty simple entry-level observation that I think makes a lot of sense. Nancy Mace also saying, just because we went from 1,500 pages to 1,400 pages doesn't mean it's a better bill. Doesn't mean you're going to save money, although I think I saw there was no cost of living adjustment raises for members of Congress. Remember yesterday we talked about it. It was like a 4% raise from $174,000 a year to about $180,000 a year. Of course, the debt ceiling is an issue, But Nancy Mace is being excoriated by some on social media for now all of a sudden wanting to be a fiscally responsible financial conservative. Your thoughts on what has played out so far, whether what you've read, what you've seen, comments, what you like, what you don't like?
Me, you're talking to me, right?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. So here's the thing. It's shutting down the government's not the biggest deal in the world. There's been 21 government shutdowns since 76 under Gerald Ford. The longest shutdown was under Donald Trump from 2018 to 2019. And the one who had the most shutdowns in the government, Reagan. And everybody looks back and thinks that Reagan years were pretty good.
Pretty good.
It was the go-go economy, remember?
Yeah.
So government shutdowns are not the boogeyman the Democrats like to make it out to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's number one. Like, oh, children are going to die.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Right now in Washington, D.C., today's the last day anyone is going to be showing up to work for those who actually show up to work until probably, because of the way the holidays fall, they probably won't come back until January 6th. So what are they crying about?
Yep.
It's just a paid vacation on top of a paid vacation.
Mm-hmm.
So it's stop with the hysteria. That's number one.
Yep.
What bothers me about this, and I agree with Thomas Massey 100%.
So do I.
Agree with them 100%. It should be individual bills. Congress, we've been saying this forever. People want to hear that. The people want to see that. Congress, a lot of different men and women in Congress have said, let's do separate bills.
Yeah.
So that the people know what they're voting on. But there's a lot of people, a lot of Democrats especially, and Republicans who don't want people to know what they're voting on, right?
Yep.
They don't want that because
Yep.
then you're not going to be paying for salamander on a treadmill. So, and I get that, but now is not the time for that. I don't think so. There was nothing wrong with that stripped down bill. It was fine. It was less than 200 pages. So it was a fine bill. They should have passed it, in my humble opinion. You've got to give Trump something to negotiate with. They needed the debt ceiling increase. They increase it all the time. Now, when a Republican wants to do it, it's because apparently Trump's the president now. They have a problem with it. So they should have passed it. They should have taken it to March, just to continue a real continuing resolution to just get to March, to get to when Trump is president, get into his presidency, and then negotiate for things. When you're negotiating from a position of strength,
Yep.
that's when you say, hey, let's actually do the bills one at a time. But now they're allowing perfect to be the enemy of the good.
Mm-hmm.
And they're never going to agree. And sometimes Republicans need to just get in line. It's better to have a half a loaf of bread than to be hungry.
That's very true, right? Beggars can't be choosers, right?
The only reason they're beggars is because they don't have the majority in the House, because some of these states are allowed to count until the Democrat eventually wins a tight race, right?
Yep.
So this is the problem, and people like Chip Roy need to sit down. But I think that the feeling amongst the American people is we gave Trump a mandate, and we've given Congress a mandate.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you don't do it, Trump's like, we'll primary you. And
Yeah.
I think he will.
Yeah.
I think he will. We've only got 2 years. That's it. Trump's got 2 years to get his agenda done.
Yes, until the 2026 primaries. You're absolutely right.
So, you know what? Let's get along, people. Let's get in line, and
Yeah.
let's get this done. Get her done.
You know what's so frustrating about all of this, too? And look, have some people read the 116 pages? Yeah, perhaps. But nobody read 1,500 pages.
No.
So let's stop the facade. And the whole thing that I hate, and I noticed this more and more last night about social media, is, okay, certain person on X was all for this new version of the bill, stripped down 1,400 pages. Let's get it done because one influencer or one politician was on board. And then the moment one politician says, I'm not going to vote for it, it's immediately, we need to primary that person. And this person voted against this 8 years ago. Here's the screenshot receipt. This person didn't defend Steve Bannon adamantly enough on social media when he was sent to prison. The sheer juvenile nature of not getting what you want right away. Like, I don't know about you, it's December 20th. So if I didn't get the bill last night, but I get it tonight, or I get it Saturday, or I get it on December December 27th, it's not really going to change my life exponentially.
Well, for them it is, because Congress only works 3 days a week. They're out on Friday. It's true. They work 3 days a week. They travel on Monday and Friday. Those are work days.
Yeah.
And my feelings, well, we can fix that too, but you don't want to. It's a part-time job. When you look at Congress, it's a part-time job. They're out, they get big long stretches for the holidays, right? They're going to be off 3 weeks easily for Christmas.
Like school teachers.
Yes, they're off the whole month of August. They're off a bunch of weeks, for the 4th of July, they're off another week. They're off weeks for Memorial Day and this and that. It's a part-time job. If you want a pay raise in this bill, I don't know, maybe do a full-time job. I'll increase your pay if you work more.
And outrageous. It's not the 4%. It's not the $6,000 that equates to and extrapolates out to. It's you have a 19% approval rating. Americans look at you and say, you suck at what you do for a living. Can you imagine in any walk of life where your boss says, you scored a 19 out of 100 this year on your end-of-year review. We're going to give you a raise. 99 out of 100 times, if you have a 19% approval rating, you're probably fired, much less get a raise.
Unless you're George Stephanopoulos and cost your company $15 million and they renew your contract.
And you get a new deal.
There's that.
Yeah. Nice to be Georgie boy, isn't it? Happy holidays. All right, 6:14. If you want to jump in on the whole situation with the debt and the spending and the bill, again, we're talking, and again, I think Thomas Massey nails it. 1 vote on the clean CR, 1 vote on the debt limit, 1 vote on disaster relief, 1 vote on farm bailouts, all of that. It's pretty simple. It's not rocket science. So if you want to jump in, you can do so. 855-839-1210. 6:15 Friday morning. Let's get to the last big take of 2024.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning, Fonny's final failure. Farewell, or right as we signed off yesterday morning, the breaking news came down. Fani Willis disqualified from Trump's Georgia election interference case. It is over, folks. The lawfare against Donald Trump has crashed and burned, as has Fani Willis's legal career. And it had to be a formality after the bombshell revelations were exposed, right? That she and Nathan Wade had created a major conflict of interest. Personally, I think she should lose her law license and be disbarred. Here are the details. The Georgia Court of Appeals ruled Thursday to disqualify Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis from President-elect Trump's 2020 election interference case in the state of Georgia over the said conflict of interest. It is another major legal victory for Trump, who has repeatedly accused Willis of impropriety due to a relationship with the lead prosecutor on the case. The Georgia 2020 election case is Trump's last remaining criminal case that was set to go to trial. 2 federal cases, as we know, Mar-a-Lago and Washington, D.C., have been dropped since his election win. Willis's disqualification casts the case into serious limbo and doubt, while Trump is also fighting to have his New York hush money case thrown out following his May 2024 conviction. The court noted that, quote, an appearance of impropriety generally is not enough to support disqualification, but said this is a, quote, rare case in which, quote, no other remedy but disqualification will suffice to restore public confidence in the integrity of these proceedings. And that's really what this is all about. Integrity of the courts. No more weaponized government. No more politically driven prosecutions. No more third world banana republics in the United States. Are you tired of winning yet, folks? I'm not. But it is official. Trump has won. Trump has been vindicated. Jack Smith, Fani Willis, Alvin Bragg, Juan Merchan, Tanya Chutkin, on and on and on. Prosecutors and judges, all of these hacks should be voted out of office, off the bench, out of the DA's office when their time is up. And Judge Juan Merchan, he needs to be ousted immediately. We didn't talk a lot about this week because there's been so many other big stories in the news. But he rejects the Supreme Court of the United States and their ruling on Trump's immunity. And that's not going to fly with some people, including incoming FBI boss Kash Patel, who I absolutely love and the deep state is very scared of. He had this to say because he is done playing games. Listen and watch this.
Where are the subpoenas for the judge in this case? And I just put up a post, and I'm sure people are going to say, oh, it's controversial. Tampering with the jury is illegal in every state and every federal jurisdiction across this land. If you intentionally give a jury unlawful guidance, you are tampering with the jury to seek a political outcome. Where are the subpoenas for the judge in this case for his daughter's money bin that she has created to the tune of tens of millions of dollars? And oh, by the way, this judge is married to a lady who worked for Letitia James herself. So where are the House Republicans sending these subpoenas, finding out how much of our taxpayer money was being utilized? Yes, state prosecutors use federal taxpayer dollars as well. And I haven't seen one. I haven't seen one witness testify. What happens if these House Republicans just would send Judge Marchand a subpoena? What is he going to do? Not show up?
Well, those House Republicans are fighting for that 4% cost of living adjustment raise. New York Judge Juan Marchand, he had several other options beyond denying President-elect Donald Trump's call to dismiss his business records case. That, according to retired Judge Andrew Napolitano, who told Newsmax on Tuesday, quote, normally when the government asks to delay a case like that, particularly a government that's been very aggressive about prosecuting a case, the judge will go along with it. But he's got a couple of options. He could sentence Trump and suspend the sentence. He could sentence him to something that isn't even a wrist slap. He could dismiss the case entirely. He could hold it in abeyance for 4 years. But at the same time, nobody knows if Marchand will still be on the bench in 4 years or if Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg will be reelected. And of course, the media isn't too thrilled about the Fani Willis update yesterday. Nobody in their feelings more than Jim Acosta of CNN. Here was his reaction as the breaking news came in. Listen and watch.
We begin this hour with breaking news just into CNN. The Georgia prosecutor leading the state's election interference case against President-elect Donald Trump is now disqualified. CNN's Caitlin Polance is here with more. Caitlin, what can you tell us about this? This is just coming in the last several minutes. This is a big development.
A big development, and a big development that Donald Trump has wanted for a long time. That case against him in Georgia, the criminal case, where it's accusing him and several others of a racketeering conspiracy related to the 2020 election, it's already been paused. Now, it's not even backburnered. This is a case that will be dead in the water.
Dead in the water. Dead. Buried. Gone. And Jim Acosta, he just had his Christmas holiday ruined. And I, for one, I couldn't be happier. But as this case comes to a close, because this case is over, let's take a trip down memory lane, shall we? Remember when Fani was flaunting her cash? Listen and watch.
But I always have cash at the house. That has been, I don't know, all my life. If you're a woman and you go on a date with a man, you better have $200 in your pocket. So if that man acts up, you can go where you want to go. So I keep cash in my house. And I don't keep cash as good in my purse like I used to, because I don't go on many dates. But when you go on a date, you should have cash in your pocket.
So my question was, where did that cash originally come from, if it didn't come out of the bank?
Cash is fungible. I've had cash for years in my house. So for me to tell you the source of when it comes from, when you go to Publix and you buy something, you get $50, you throw it in there. It's been my whole life. When I took out a large amount of money on my first campaign, I kept some of the cash of that. Like, to tell you, I just have cash in my house. I don't have as much today as I would normally have, but I'm building back up now. So you just put money in. It's a very good practice. I would advise it to all women.
So you can't identify when you came into this cash or where the cash came from?
I didn't say I couldn't identify it. No, nobody gives me anything. I am sure that the source of the money is always the work, sweat, and tears of me. What you asked me for is, when did the money go in there? What I am trying to tell you is, so I got divorced in 2005 from my husband. No, it's important. You said, where did the money come from? And I need to tell you where the money came from. And so for many, many years, I have kept money in my house. That money in my worst days has probably only been $500 or $1,000. At my best days, I probably had $15,000 in my house at cash. At all times, there's going to be cash in my house or wherever I'm laying my head.
The money that you paid Mr. Wade, the cash, in October of 2022, you do not know where that money came from?
I do know where it came from. It came from my sweat and tears.
You know which job it came from? Did it come from Fulton County or did it come from a private job?
It came from, what are you talking about? So it could have come from a private job because before I was DA, I was in private practice. So I earned money during that time period. That's probably in there. It could have.
Sweat and tears. I mean, I know it's hot in Georgia. I lived in the South. I've lived in Tennessee. I've worked in Nashville. I've worked in Atlanta. But I'm pretty sure attorneys, they practice in the AC. And by the way, best of luck in your financial endeavors, Fani Willis. Maybe she can become a fiduciary in her next profession. And the only tears being shed will be Fani's, who threw away a legal career and a reputation all to take down Donald Trump. You hate to see it. And as usual, Trump called it. Here was Trump in Virginia earlier this year having a good old time at Ms. Willis's expense. Listen and watch.
I was indicted by Fannie in Georgia. Fannie. How did that work out? And her lover, Nathan Wade. And they hired him for almost $1 million because of his great, great experience. Of course, he didn't have any experience. He had experience in something else. You know that. A lot of experience. And at that, I'm quite sure he was very good based on the fact that she called him 2,000 times. I didn't know the gentleman. I didn't know him. Oh, you have 2,000 phone calls, 3,500 text messages. How is it possible? In a short, I know a lot of people. We like a lot of people. I happen to have a very good relationship with a woman called Melania. But I would venture to say in all the years that I've known her, I might not have called her 2,500 times. I know I didn't send 3,500 text messages.
That gem from March of this year, almost a year to the day when the first indictment and the lawfare began with Alvin Bragg and the office in Manhattan. Fox News legal scholar Jonathan Turley with the following analysis. Fani Willis just disqualified by the Georgia Court of Appeals. Trump appears to be running the table in these lawfare cases. It will now be up to another prosecutor as to whether to continue the case. The Georgia case did have some viable criminal charges against other defendants for offenses like unlawful access to restricted areas. However, in attempting to bag Trump, she created an absurdly attenuated RICO theory that should not be embraced by the new prosecutor. While this disqualification is due to the conduct of Willis and not the underlying claims, any new prosecutor will have to make an independent judgment on whether and what to prosecute. In the meantime, Willis has spent copious amounts of time and money to cling to the case. Most prosecutors would have seen that continuing in this case was undermining her office and not serving the interests of the public. Willis was so invested in playing this high-profile lawfare role that she was willing to suspend prosecution and endanger the case itself. Fulton County Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee correctly criticized Willis for her decisions and creating, quote, an appearance of impropriety. However, he left it to Willis to do the right thing and withdraw. She did not, and she forced this appeal. Trump is the victor. These DAs are the losers, but ultimately the real losers are the system and the taxpayers who had to publicly fund this nonsense. And let this be a lesson. Lawfare will not fly in America. And if you're going to take your shot at the GOAT, you best not miss. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big take this morning. If you want to jump in, Fani Willis, disqualified. You can do so. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat. We'll come back. We'll get Mary's thoughts on Fani Willis. And then Elon Musk. Oh, the media meltdowns, the Democrats. It's Elon running the country. Cry me a river. We're back after this on a Friday edition of Kayal and Company. Mary Walter and Dan Borowski in for Greg and Dawn on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Today's first segment brought to you by Budget Blinds. It's the holiday season. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no-questions-asked warranty in the business. Schedule your holiday consultation. Ask about their special radio offer.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. It's that time of year when just kidding, it's the holidays, so that means it's the season of Wawa. and we have you covered with gift cards for everyone on your shopping list. Find gift cards for the Wawa fans in your life or other popular gift cards like Xbox or Apple. Whether it's for your boss or your best friend, make anybody's season bright in one Wawa run. Happy holidays from Wawa, your one-stop gift card shop. Gotta have a Wawa.
See store for details. This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the gifts for the ones you adore. Wine, spirits, beers, all nestled on shelves. Got some advice from our helpful elves. Oh, so many gifts to explore when you go to Total Wine and More. Bottles so delightful, whoa. Priced so amazingly low.
Curbside pickup available and the lowest prices for over 30 years only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
This year, American farmers will harvest 2.8 billion bushels of wheat and 15.1 billion bushels of corn. And to this day, American road workers have built 4.2 million miles of roads and counting. We're proud that John Deere machines rolling off the line here in the USA play a part in supporting Americans who work the land and build a better tomorrow. Nothing runs like a Deere. Learn more at johndeere.com/manufacturing.
The Philadelphia Orchestra captivates audiences with their superhuman sound. Savor the artistry of Philly's world-class hometown orchestra in these upcoming concerts.
Brighten your holidays with one of the most glorious works ever written, Handel's Messiah, December 21st and 22nd. Or make plans to enjoy the most spectacular New Year's Eve celebration in town. And don't forget that tickets make great gifts.
Explore all the entertainment possibilities at philorc.org now.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Batteries Plus bulbs in Mount Laurel and Northfield are certified by Apple as an IRP, which stands for Independent Repair Provider, for official Apple support using Apple genuine parts. For example, how frustrating is it when the screen on your phone cracks? Batteries Plus bulbs can repair that easily for you. Roy and his team at Batteries Plus bulbs are knowledgeable and professional. If it takes a battery, Roy and his team can help you. For more, go to batteriesplus.com or 856-638-0778.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's no secret, the clock is ticking. Grab your last-minute gifts at News. Quick, affordable gifts for the whole fam for under $10. Toys by Barbie, Disney, Mattel, Hot Wheels, Nerf, Sonic, Fisher-Price, and more, starting at just $3.99. Small electronics you can easily wrap for $4.99. Box gift sets you can throw a bow on. Start at just $5.99. Box cozy PJs start at $9.99.
More money!
Don't wait. Time is running out. Get to Foreman Mills now.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
That's life.
That's life.
That's what all the people say. You're riding high in April, shot down in May. But I know I'm gonna change that tune.
Oh, coming back with a little Mary Walter theme song here.
Wait, may I launch I want to launch a complaint, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's 5 days to Christmas, and you guys can't whip out a Christmas carol. Like, would it kill you?
Oh, come on.
Would it kill you?
I'm trying to do this for you, and you're going to throw me under the bus like this?
Sorry, pool boy.
Oh,
Danny.
wow.
Borowski, the
That's a
pool boy.
compliment, though. Yeah.
Getting body bagged on the 20th. How about that? Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can play That's Life on a,
Oh, there we go. You have it
in the new
Here
year.
we go. Here
But
you go.
between now, could we be a little merry and jolly? I was up at 4 a.m. Well, no,
4:45.
4:45. I was up at 4:45. So
What'd you say, Dan?
I said, does Mary sleep?
I don't think so.
3 hours last night.
3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
You know, first segment, she was complaining that she doesn't get called enough for 1210 anymore, and I actually asked about that. Like, why isn't Mary on more? Earlier in the week, hand to heart, I asked it, and allegedly, Mary, you're just a very busy woman, and...
Okay, may I clarify?
In demand.
Is Stalker listening?
If he's, I'll tell you what, if you're up at 6:35 when you complain every day it's starting at 6 a.m. and you're on vacation and it's the holidays,
Just
you
because
need help.
your job
Okay.
sucks doesn't mean the radio
Right.
station you listen to has to.
Oh, thank you, Greg.
So he's not listening. So I texted him back in like August because I started to get booked for this period of time.
Look at you.
And I said, hey, just FYI, I'm booking up.
I'm like a doctor. I'm booking 6 months out.
And he said to me, he goes, well, I'm not that organized, or I don't work that fast. He was joking around. He was being totally honest. And I'm like, okay.
I bring it.
So.
All right, so I want to get your thoughts on, because you and I have done a lot of shows. Actually, the more I thought about it, when I was writing the big take yesterday and going through the 4 different cases and looking back at the calendar when those indictments came down, the arraignments, you and I have done a lot of shows on the lawfare and the weaponization of government. So your thoughts on not only Fani Willis, but this entire kind of puzzle that seemingly has crumbled before all of these overzealous prosecutors' eyes.
So there's a lot of things. You had mentioned, lawfare is not the way we do things in America. This is the death of lawfare. I kind of disagree with you on that in the big take. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
I kind of disagree with that. I think that there are many people who have been the victim of lawfare. I look at every January 6th defendant who has been in a solitary confinement for years without even seeing a judge.
Mm-hmm.
I look at the grandma who walked into an open door in the Capitol, had no idea she was doing anything wrong. She said a prayer, and she said thanked a Capitol police officer on her way out, and then walked out the door 9 minutes later.
Mm-hmm.
She was raided, handcuffed, parade in front of her neighbors to embarrass her and humiliate her. She had to get dragged to Washington, D.C. They try to get you with lawfare, and they try to kill you with money. And she does. A lot of these people don't have the money to defend themselves. You know, the defendants in the Fannie, I call her Fannie just because I know it bothers her. The Fannie Willis case. The 4 of them copped a plea. They said, okay, they pled guilty and they paid a fine and off the door they go. The statute of limitations for them to reverse that now is gone. So that's forever on their record. So she got 4 scalps and that's what she wanted. People punch out of a lot of cases for all walks of life for all sorts of different things. You know, doctors even, you know, they get sued all the time. So their insurance company is like, okay, you know what? You're going to pay a $5,000 settlement, and they can say, you know, that's it, because they're not going to pay the money to fight these cases. So lawfare in America will stop when we adopt a system like Europe has, where the loser pays.
You make a great point with like the J6 defendants, and obviously the resources that the average, you know, Tom, Dick, and Harry has versus the resources that Donald Trump has
right.
at his disposal.
Right.
But do you think this is the end of the lawfare against presidents and high-ranking officials in elected office, or primaried options, you know, the candidates that are, because I don't think any of this happens if Donald Trump doesn't run again. Like if Trump came out, I think in early 2023 or late 2022 and says, you know what, I was considering it, but I'm 76 years old. I don't have it in me. Do we think any of these cases ever come forward?
So yeah. Well, so here's the thing. Donald Trump is hard to beat because he has a deep pocket. I also think Donald Trump is like the luckiest, most protected spiritually dude on the planet. Right? I get a green light on the way to work and I'm like, woohoo, you know, don't buy a lottery ticket.
Right.
Donald Trump defeats, you know, every person who comes after him, something happens to them. So I think that's a bit of a karma thing. Some people are just like that. Does lawfare stop in this country? No. Democrats will do anything to win, and it's up, I think Republicans would be wise to recognize that. Because there's no shame. Who's been punished? Strzok and Page sued for them being targeted in the whole Russiagate scandal, right?
Yep.
And taxpayers paid them money. All right, we paid them.
Yeah.
So when there is no punishment and there's no disincentive to break the law, concoct a hoax, use lawfare, etc., when there's no disincentive and you can get away with it, then why wouldn't you if your ultimate goal is power?
You know, what's amazing about this, too, is when we talk about the media and the way the media told us for over 2 years that, Trump he's been nabbed. They're going to get him. He's not going to be able to evade this case. He's not going to be overcome this level of evidence in this case. And if you think about it, it started with Alvin Bragg right around St. Patrick's Day 2023 at a local level in Manhattan. And then, of course, we saw the trickle-down effect. We saw the raid at Mar-a-Lago, classified documents, Eileen Cannon, the whole Florida case. You saw Jack Smith, Merrick Garland, Tanya Chutkan, D.C., and, of course, Georgia with Fonnie Willis, Scott McAfee, and, of course, her lover, Nathan Wade. And, you know, the New York Times, the usual suspects, the Washington Post, MSNBC, CNN. Donald Trump will end up being broke. Donald Trump will end up being in jail for the rest of his life. Donald Trump will not end up winning a prize. They were wrong every single step of the way. And ultimately, the only conviction was the one that basically nobody really cared about at all on paper. The only reason the conviction that happened in New York that people paid attention to, I think personally, was because, A, Alvin Bragg, historically, I think it's 60% of the time, has downgraded felonies to misdemeanors, yet all of a sudden it's a copy and paste indictment of 34 of the same charges, just wasting paper and the copy and paste button on his laptop, and the Stormy Daniels factor, because it was like the tabloid type stuff. And then, of course, you have Merchan. I've never heard of a judge not denying, that's not the right word, but refusing to acknowledge what the highest court in the land tells you. Like, you don't have the ability to reject what the Supreme Court of the United States says. There's a reason why they're called the court of last resort. That's the fascinating part of all of this when you think about everything we saw legally these last 2 years, in my opinion.
So they do. Look at Judge Engoron in New York, who valued Mar-a-Lago at $18 million. He's not an appraiser, but that's just what he did. So there's multi-levels to this.
Yep.
For instance, McAfee with Fannie Willis, right? He didn't have the guts to do the right thing.
No.
So, but what's the punishment? What did he do for being wrong? Judges have become like weathermen. They can be right, they can be wrong most of the time and still keep their jobs.
Yeah.
And you have George Soros. The left complains about Elon Musk, but they've been perfectly happy with their own Elon Musk for many, many, many years.
Right. No, you're
right.
exactly
So
right.
that's cool.
Mhm.
So they've been very smart, and Soros has bought these judges, funds their campaigns, gets them elected, and they're all very, very liberal. As far as Mershon goes.
Yep.
If Trump wants to spend the money, and this goes back to the lawfare, and you have to have the deep pockets and you have to have the time. Trump doesn't care. He knows what's going to happen here, and I think he's absolutely right. But Mershon, it has to be challenged to the Supreme Court, and that takes money.
Yep. 855-839-1210, the number if you want to jump in. I should have asked you, Dan. Am I going long to 53 here? Or
No, you got to take a break.
We got to take
Wait,
all right.
suddenly the clock matters to you people?
Yeah.
When did that start? I've been gone a really long time.
I haven't hit a break in 2 years, and then on December 20th, I'm like...
Start at 6 a.m.
All right, we'll come back. We'll wrap up the hour as Democrats and the media rage at the unelected co-president of the United States. Funny you mentioned Soros. Everybody seems to, on the left, look at Elon Musk as Mr. Big Deep Pockets. Now, all of a sudden, he makes the policy decisions. We'll talk about it. Kayal and Company, back after this.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Should GLP-1 weight loss medication like Wegovy and Zepbound cost hundreds of dollars? We don't think so. TryLifeMD.com helps provide insurance access to the leading GLP-1 medications. Visit TryLifeMD.com to get your free insurance benefits check and see your eligibility in minutes. Listen to Tara's story after losing 42 pounds.
You just take your shot. It doesn't feel like you're on a diet. What I wasn't expecting it to do was to shut off the food noise. I'd gone from 237 to 195. This was life-altering, and if I can do it, I feel like anybody can do it.
Get started right now with your free insurance benefits check and see your eligibility for coverage in minutes at TryLifeMD.com. That's TryLifeMD.com.
For the area's finest dining experience with fabulous cuisine, extensive wine list, and waterfront views of the Philly skyline, visit the River Winds Restaurant in West Deptford, New Jersey. Enjoy entrees that feature certified Black Angus steaks and the freshest seafood while overlooking the Delaware River. River Winds can host your next special event. They'll plan your holiday party, family gathering, or corporate meeting in one of their newly renovated waterfront rooms, each with a private deck. For an incredible dining experience or special event, theriverwindsrestaurant.com.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from the game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. And for nearly 160 years, our dedicated local PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because, as we see it, a win for them is a win for the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This segment is brought to you by Spring Dance Hot Tubs. It's the 12 days of savings at Spring Dance Hot Tubs from December 12th to the 24th. Get up to $5,000 off hot tubs, up to $2,500 off saunas, and 20% off water care for the first 20 customers that sign up for their new auto ship program. Only at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Visit springdancehottubs.com.
Hey, Mount Laurel, we know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Yay!
Mustard. Kayal Company, 6:49 as we continue. A little Christmas cheer for all of you, and specifically at the request and behest of Mary Walter.
You're the only people not playing Christmas music. Seriously?
You know, Jimmy Kelly yesterday when he was on the board played like all of the typical stuff that you hear down the hall on the music station. That
Which I
flips to
love.
Christmas.
Which you mean he plays Christmas music?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I love that man.
Now, let me ask you this. Are you one of these individuals that right after Thanksgiving immediately flip into like Black Friday Christmas music mode? Like, are you driving around for the next 5 weeks in the car listening to nothing but Wham and Last Christmas?
No, I'm more like the classics. I'm definitely like a Bing Crosby and the classics. That's what I love, you know.
Yes.
Nat King Cole, all that kind of stuff. But, you know, when you don't have children and you work in this industry, you never have a holiday off because everyone says, well, you don't have a family, you should work.
Mm-hmm.
So, because apparently I don't have any other family. If you don't have children, you don't have family and have no reason to live. So, my husband and it's true. It's so true. And then what's even worse is they go through a period then where they don't have to worry about the kids. But now all of a sudden they got to take off because it's their grandkids.
Yeah.
Like that's a new phenomenon. I'm getting Christmas cards with people with their grandchildren. I'm like, my grandparents never put me on their Christmas card. What the heck?
Yeah.
Why are they putting their... I don't understand that. Do you not have a life? Anyway, it's a different topic. Like like now, if you're retired and your grandparent age, you should be out doing stuff for yourself, right? Like go play some miniature golf, take a picture there, do something. You know?
Yeah.
It's all about the grandkids. Come on, I disagree with you there, Mary.
Well, because you've been raised by your grandparents were around all the time. Like a generation ago, grandparents had their own life.
And those of us that do have children go through a period for the first 18 years. It's called having no money.
Which is why you should work holidays and make extra.
That's right.
So seriously, in all seriousness, my husband and I, in the time we've been married, because he's essential personnel, we've never had a Thanksgiving, Christmas, or New Year's where we're both off at the same time.
That is outrageous.
Well, we don't have children, so we don't have families. So.
All right, 855-839-1210 if you want to chime in with your holiday complaints or maybe a holiday wish list song that you'd like to hear. Democrats singing a different tune as they are raging at unelected co-president Elon Musk. Phil, if we could have clip 25 here, that would be great. This was California Democrat Representative Brad Sherman, who kind of sets the mood here on the way the Democrats and the media are looking at Elon Musk's involvement with Donald Trump and Republican policies. Clip 25, let's hear from Representative Brad Sherman.
I don't know who's going to win this shutdown, but I know who loses, and that's the American people. And we know who caused it. We had a deal. We negotiated a deal. And then Musk decided to change the deal. Do I call him President Musk?
You can call him the richest, smartest man on the planet. That's what you can do, Brad Sherman. And by the way, do something with the hair. You make $174,000 a year. Either get the sides trimmed off, shaved off, go bald like me. Get some plugs on the top. You got to do something there. Interesting that they are all once again picking up on the same verbiage here, Mary, because Axios with the headline, Democrat members of Congress are now incensed that the outsized power billionaire turned Trump lieutenant Elon Musk appears to be exercising over the policy-making process. Some Republicans have even said, including Rand Paul of Kentucky and Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, that they've floated out the idea as Musk could replace MAGA Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House. And of course, everybody in the media is picking that up and they're all parroting the same thing. Here's what I would say. I always like to hear the opinion and value what super, super smart people have to say. And this shouldn't have to be said. We all realize Elon Musk is not the president. Elon Musk is teaming up with Vivek for Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency. Maybe their first act was trimming off 1,400 pages of pork. But the reality is this. When it comes to economics and money, I value what Elon Musk has to say. And Donald Trump has the smartest, wealthiest guy in his back pocket. That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing for all Americans when we talk about excessive spending and $36 trillion worth of debt. I don't know how this could be a negative.
Well, Democrats, you said, I've noticed that this seems to be, they're all saying the same thing. They are, because the Democrat talking points go out and they all march in line, in lockstep. And by the way, if you had a picture of a guy named Brad Sherman, would he not look like that?
That's a Brad Sherman, yeah.
Right?
That's no doubt a Brad Sherman. Yes.
It's the only thing I could think of is like, damn, you grew into your name, dude.
He did. He grew up to be a Brad Sherman. He was a little Brad Sherman. Now he's an adult Brad Sherman.
He does. He looks like everything a Brad Sherman would look
that
like.
Poor listener named Brad Sherman out there is like, well, what about me?
And totally unacceptable, too, that you could look like that living in California, by the way. That's what I would expect somebody that comes from, like, Maine or Idaho.
Yeah.
You gotta go play a little golf, pal. And get some little, some color.
How many other states can we insult during this conversation?
I got a lot of states.
So anyway, so there's that. Listen, they're trying to sow some kind of discord between Trump and Musk. They think Trump has this huge ego, and if we call him President Musk, Trump's going to get rid of him, etc. I would love, I'm sorry, but I would love, and it could make 2025 the greatest year of my life if they pick Elon Musk as Speaker of the House.
It would be phenomenal.
Just to watch Democrats' heads explode. It would be phenomenal.
Could you imagine him every time he goes up to speak and he starts by saying,
"Go yourself."
Yeah, it's an all-time moment. You're really going to blackmail me with money? With money? Seriously, money?
Go yourself.
Awesome.
And the thing about him is we know he's on the spectrum. Like, that's legit. It's not a slam or anything like that. He's on the spectrum. So he's going to say stuff just because he has no filter. Mm-hmm. Like what you just played.
Yep.
So he's just going to speak the truth. Mm-hmm. And I just love that. It's so funny because they're really goes, oh, he's got a billionaire. I'm like, billionaire running the government. I'm like, but you're totally cool with millionaires running the government, right?
Right.
Like, they're totally cool with that.
Yeah.
And they're totally cool with billionaire George Soros rigging the system for them and donating to their campaigns and everything else. Like, that's totally cool.
But not Vivek and Elon. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, Vivek, think about Vivek Ramaswamy, who I think sometimes gets a little bit forgotten about on the other half of the Dogecoin.
He does.
This guy's 39 years old, created this unbelievable business. He's got a law and a doctorate's degree before he's 40. I mean, I don't know that he's ever, I don't even know how you do that, considering when you get out of college, you're 22. To go to law school, that would be 25. It's 3 years. Medical school's 4 years. Then a resident, like, I mean, and on top of it, created a multi-million-dollar business.
Well, the key is you don't go into radio. That's your first step right there. That would be the first piece of advice I would give you.
Yeah.
Right? But the difference is Vivek is not living at Mar-a-Lago. Like, I think the Trump-Musk relationship is like Trump is Elon Musk's emotional support animal.
Trump actually legally adopted Elon. He's now his son, and they've given him a spare bedroom in the house.
Exactly. He's never getting rid of him. He's hilarious. So I love to watch this play out, and I love to watch them lose their minds. And Brad Sherman, going back to him, we had a deal. You know what? Deals sometimes go south, kind of like when you promised Reagan that you would close the border if he legalized those 11 million people already in the country, and he did. And then you said, ha, fooled you. You know, it's kind of like Lucy and the football and Charlie Brown. They do it all the time.
Right.
They don't like it when it happens to them.
855-839-1210. As Dan Borowski fades up a little music.
What's happening right now?
Some Charlie Brown music.
It's the producer cue to say, hey, host, shut the hell up and get the break.
Well, it also happened that I had this queued up and she goes right to Charlie Brown. Look at that, Mary. You know,
Look at that.
like
See,
that.
Dan? It's like we worked together before.
It's like we were dancing in there, Marty. That was Primal Fear, Ed Norton.
I didn't get that at all.
Yeah, I missed it as well. I'm sorry.
It's on Netflix.
Yeah, apologies.
Hour 2 is on the way. We'll get to some media news, as apparently you could cost your employer $16 million and get a new deal. I'm going to have to jot that down for when my deal's up. And also, Joy Reid. If you want to stick around, you're going to have to take a pay cut. I guess that's what happens when you call white people mayonnaise sandwiches. Who knew? Maybe the racial grift is over after all. Hour 2 on the way with Trump derangement syndrome power rankings to wrap up the year.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Is your kitchen or bathroom in need of a makeover?
It's time to transform your home into a personal oasis with Emmons Remodeling.
Our expert team specializes in kitchen and bathroom renovations, creating beautiful, functional spaces you and your family will love. We handle everything from design to installation.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Now, your Live Nation lineup.
Don't miss these upcoming shows.
See 'Twas the Night Before by Cirque du Soleil at the Met Philadelphia, presented by Highmark, December 19th through the 29th. See Dylan Marlowe at the TLA, January 24th. Rod Stewart at TD Pavilion at the Man, July 12th. And check out Sticks with Kevin Cronin from REO Speedwagon at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, August 8th.
For tickets and info, go to livenation.com.
It's no secret, the clock is ticking. Grab your last-minute gift set. Quick, affordable gifts for the whole fam for under $10. Toys by Barbie, Disney, Mattel, Hot Wheels, Nerf, Sonic, Fisher-Price, and more, starting at just $3.99. Small electronics you can easily wrap for $4.99. Box gift sets you can throw a bow on, start at just $5.99. Box cozy PJs start at $9.99. Don't wait, time is running out. Get to Foreman Mills now.
You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
Exactly. That's why I use NordVPN every time I surf the web. Features like Threat Protection Pro's safeguard devices from phishing websites and disable intrusive ads and trackers. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
This segment's brought to you by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, the secret to finishing your holiday shopping with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online at josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com.
WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Gave you my heart, but the very next day you gave it away.
Go.
This year, to set me
7:04.
You're liking that way too much, Nick.
Hour number 2. Last Christmas.
Look at you getting in the holiday spirit.
You got me all holidayed up here, Mary.
Yeah, I love Christmas. I become a dork at Christmas, but I'm working. The two of us are just working so much between now and January 3rd that we didn't even buy a tree. We don't have lights up.
Christmas party this year? No famous Christmas
party?
party?
No tree?
No. You know what? Last year, our tree, we have not had a Christmas tree up before New Year's in decades. I can't remember the last time because we don't have time.
It's unbelievable.
Because we don't have kids. We have to work for you people who do have kids.
Do you wear Christmas pajamas? Are you still at that age where you do the Christmas PJs? Because
no way she doesn't.
My wife was like, "We're going to do Christmas PJs this year."
Well, I don't do Christmas. You know what I'm doing for Christmas this year? My husband's probably going to be on call because there's been an emergency with his whatever. And starting at like 2:00, I have to prepare for 9 hours of radio the day later.
9 hours?
9 hours. I'm doing three-hour shows the next day.
And then you're going to have laryngitis by nighttime.
Well, I'm better not because I'm doing the same thing Friday and the same thing the following Monday. So my Christmas will be, hey, let's have breakfast, and then, okay, I got to go to work.
Amazing. You're doing 9 hours of radio. I get off after 4, and I'm like, I need a nap.
Well, women are tougher than men. And
it's unbelievable. I thought Zioli was excessive when he does the 3-hour national thing leading into his 4-hour local show.
I didn't know he did a national thing.
I think he filled in for Jimmy Fallon, and then he comes back and does his show.
It's on Fox.
I had to fill in for him because he was filling in for Jimmy Fallon. I was like, how does that work?
Oh, yeah, we should examine that.
Down the hill, right?
Yeah, how do you burn a vacation day locally to do a national show? If I was Stalker, I'd put the kibosh on that.
Can we not bury the lead here, though, that Nick has...
No, I want to bury everybody on the station.
Nick has Christmas pajamas, though, and I want to know more about this. Are there pictures out there of you with these Christmas pajamas on anywhere?
You know there are. You know his wife get them.
That's none of your business.
Oh, there are.
And they will not be posted on social media.
Oh, they have to be posted on social media.
They don't have to be posted on social media, but if they happen to pass through the camera here, that would be awful.
My wife
Send them to Phil there.
My wife and daughters are into the whole elf thing. You know those little elves that you put throughout the house.
Oh, elf on a shelf.
Elf on a shelf. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I've tried to cut the head off of that elf a couple of times with a steak knife.
You getting creative with it at this point?
No. Yeah, the creativity is how do I let my dog eat it without anybody knowing?
So someone brought us mensch on a bench.
Mensch on a bench?
Yeah. Mensch on a bench at our Christmas party last year. And we put it right next to, my husband wanted to put it next to the Blessed Mother, and I said, that's not happening. So mensch on a bench.
It was on Shark Tank, I think, mensch on a bench.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, Dan Borowski rocking I said like this is 1999, wearing a Ron John surf shop hat.
I guess rocking would be the appropriate term. I don't think Ron John's been relevant since
I know.
1999.
That was like I used to wear that in junior high school.
Yeah, I went down to Myrtle earlier this year and happened to notice Ron John there. And it was a very nice store, and they had a $5 hat. I'm like, why the hell not?
Yeah, it was a big thing in the 90s.
Yeah, I've never surfed in my life, though, so.
We need to make the 90s great
Quite
again.
a poser.
Great
He's
decade.
wearing it ironically, see?
No, I'm showing my support for yeah.
Don't forget, Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation 5th Annual Andy Chan Holiday Block Party is coming up tonight, 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. in down in Old City, 2nd and Market. You guys know exactly where it is. We were there last year. We'll be there again this year, and you can as well. Help us get the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation to their ultimate financial goal, which is $100,000. A $20 donation right now gets you in the door. And even if you can't make it tonight or you don't want to go into the city on a Friday before Christmas, I get it. Still make the donation. GregStockerSucks.com. That will redirect you to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation website. Right there's the link. You can see it. You can click. You can donate. You'll get free food. There's like Nick's roast beef and all nice little spreads.
You bringing roast beef?
No, I'm not. It's different, Nick. Yeah, I'm just going to stuff my face and then run up a bar tab on Stalker's a card.
Speaking of yourself in third person down there?
Yeah. It's a good roast beef, though. So that'll get you in. GregStockerSucks.com, $20 donation. He does bring it. He better bring that damn corporate credit card tonight because I'm not paying for it. All right. Let's get to Joy Reid. Yeah. Well, he picked it up last year.
You're not donating? You're making Greg use the company credit
No.
card?
I paid for
take that money right out of your pocket. I think. Oh, you know what? I think everybody there should make you like buy them a drink or something. Do something to benefit this charity.
I did the donation to get in the door with the ticket with the Greg Stocker Sucks $20, but I'm not going to be paying my $82 bar tab tonight now. And those are, by the way, that $82 is off of beer.
Dan, is he always?
Is that you alone? $82?
Yeah, man. I drink like
Dan,
a fish.
is he always this entitled?
I don't work with him enough to know whether
it's a
or not.
Generational thing.
You know just as much as I do. When you work in radio, you have to take advantage of the freebies, the free shirts, the free food. Yeah, like when the free food email comes out at work, you have to take advantage of it, right? Like Dan Borowski.
I wouldn't know. I don't have a full-time job.
Well, but you know.
The only food I'm getting is what I make downstairs.
But here's
we've been yelled at because we go quickly to free food and lay off a little.
And then
bit.
they put out the
It's not for
follow-up email saying it was not for you and it was blah, 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 blah.
Right. We're having company.
Yeah.
It's like the Entenmann's I wasn't allowed to eat when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Right? Like my mother was like, nobody can touch that.
Oh, it's for the sales team. It's like, what am I? What am I?
But Morning Drive always gets screwed because the food drops come at like 11:15. Like I'm on the Schuylkill almost home and I get the email, hey, there's free hoagies out in the hub. I'm almost home and ready for a nap.
Seriously, you would hang out longer at work for a free
a
piece of a free
No. The food drops, people eat breakfast, right? What about a Morning Drive food drop? What about breakfast sandwiches at 7:45 or 9:15? Why is it always got to be a hoagie at noon?
There's some French toast restaurant out there that can come in.
Can a brother get an omelet?
When I did a morning show, we were smart. We had an older gentleman, and he was our morning show coffee angel. And every day on his way to work, he would pick each one of us up however we liked our coffee, and he would drop it off.
Yeah,
that's very nice.
But then again, I'm nice. I didn't demand.
Yeah.
And we just started talking about our coffee in the morning, and he showed up one day.
Yeah. Speaking of coffee, I'm going to refill during the next break. And Joy Reid's going to be doing a lot of refilling. She's going to have a lot of time to be caffeinated because now apparently MSNBC, which is in total freefall mode, 6-7 weeks in a row now, they've lost 45 to 60% of their audience on different shows. Is MSNBC? They already gave Rachel Maddow a $5 million pay cut. Poor girl's got to work for $20 million a year instead of 25.
She works one day. Wait, for one show a week. She works one day a week. She's got a better gig than Congress.
Struggle's real, right? Yeah. So now Joy Reid has been told that she, as well as Stephanie Ruhle, must take pay cuts to stay in the anchor chairs. And again, this is phenomenal, and I love this because Joy Reid makes $3 million a year to host a show that, according to media, ranked her as the 46th biggest influential newsmaker in 2024. And the reality is she's going to have to take a significant pay cut. And it really probably won't change her life at all, right? If you go from $3 million to $2 million or $3 million to $1.5 million, yeah, trust me, it probably does suck because you have a lifestyle and look, I would not want to take a 50% pay cut either, but she's going to be just fine. But this is a woman who I think peddles hatred and racism on broadcast television. And her disdain for not only Donald Trump, and you hate Trump, I couldn't care less. You live your life, whatever. But she legitimately, I personally believe this, despises white people. I can't prove that she is racist, but she says a bunch of really ridiculous stuff. Like, I was offended, and I'm typically not offended by anything. Free speech, the whole bit. You're calling white people mayonnaise sandwiches? Mm-hmm. Now, if you were to flip that around on a mainstream media outlet and somebody else made a comment like that about somebody else's race or ethnicity, good chance the plug is pulled on them, perhaps before that show even ends. Yep. So Joy Reid, and again, here's what I've always said about Joy Reid, Mary, is most people don't watch Joy Reid. Her content is actually circulated more and seen by more people on social media and in our format and on the, quote, Republican side of the aisle reacting to her stupidity than the actual audience that consumes it live in real time.
Yeah, she is absolutely racist. I'm sorry, you can say, well, I can't point to anything that she says that, isn't racist. No, she's absolutely racist, 100%. And you are 100 also right when you say that it's not going to change their lives. Stephanie Ruhl's husband works in the banking finance sector. He's worked at Credit Suisse, Kydex, Deutsche Bank, and he works at UBS O'Connor. So they're doing quite well. His net worth is only over $3 million, but I bet you with her money, they're obviously making a lot more than that, which I thought he would probably be worth more than that. But then again, I don't know if what I'm reading right here on the internet is 100% true as well either. Yep. It says it's between 3 and 5 estimated. So I find that hard to believe if he's worked at all those places, but that's just me.
Joy Reid has been at MSNBC since 2011, but she's been in that 8 p.m. spot since 2020. She was a primetime pandemic creation. And I think the bubble's about to burst on her as well as that network because, as we've talked about and reported, Comcast's NBC looking to sell and spin off and get out of that business. It's so and look, do I think their ratings and CNN's will come back up a little bit when we start in January, especially in January 20th moving forward? Yeah, I don't think they're going to lose 50% of their audience for like the next year, but they have definitely taken a major hit. Dan, you have a Joy Reid clip. Now, what is this in reference to?
Yeah, so this is back in August, the video she posted to TikTok in which she used that slur of mayonnaise.
Okay, so this was a TikTok comment. This was not actually on broadcast television. Yeah. Okay, so that's my fault, but still doesn't excuse the comment itself. Let's listen to this.
Gotta be honest and keep it real. This is not the pick that I expected that she would make. It did come down to the final 3, as we understand it, and I thought she would go astronaut. Keeping it real, he to me would have been the safest, most conventionally safe pick. White, super white, like mayonnaise sandwich on Wonder Bread, right? From from a border state, he could have made a strong argument for her.
Wow, on Wonder Bread. Wow, I remember. Was that when she was out on the porch having all those summer meltdowns over? What the hell was she melting down over?
Because it was Tuesday. I don't watch her, and I am shocked. Maybe you know what, Nick? I got it.
What's that?
We gotta do a class action lawsuit against her.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Like there's got to be a law firm that's willing to take this, and there's a lot of law firms in Philly. We should launch a class action lawsuit as white people, and the things that she says. No, seriously, the things that she says about us, right?
Yep.
Because all it would take is if you said something offensive or racist or half as racist as what she says on the air, you would be sued into oblivion by someone listening in Philadelphia,
no doubt,
who is of color, who is offended by what you said, and they're going to own the radio station. But maybe they prefer cash, but
right.
that would happen. So why can't we do that?
That's a great point. Stephanie Rule.
I'm on it.
Get back. Let me know. Shoot me a text.
In my free time.
Stephanie Rule hosts the 11 p.m. hour. It's called the 11th hour, apparently. I don't know. I'm in a coma at that point, asleep. And she makes $2 million a year, according to the Free Beacon. She has been also told that she will have to take a major pay cut. So I think the writing is on the wall for MSNBC. And really, we've talked a lot about the legacy media in the last 6 or 7 weeks. And the truth is, this election showed us a lot, but never did I anticipate. And we knew the legacy media was certainly, falling away by the wayside, like with their influence. But it is so niche and so fringe now. Elon says X is the new media. The reality is, it was so accurate by Van Jones of CNN to say people aren't coming to CNN. People aren't coming to network news. They're going to alternative sources, podcasts, social media feeds. Hell, even Jasmine Crockett, Democrat from Houston, said, with all due respect, Kristen Welker, to your show on NBC News, we got it wrong. So I love the fact that the legacy media is just completely coming unglued right now in every facet.
So I will say that I do watch Morning Joe. I do watch MSNBC, CNN, and those because I do think it's important to hear opinions that challenge my own. I think that's the way you grow and the way you learn. But I will say CNN, I think that they're getting the memo. They've got Scott Jennings. Have you seen him? Scott Jennings will sit on a panel and he will take on 5 of them. And the thing that they do well on CNN is they'll have a moderator who really should just wear a black and white striped shirt and have a whistle and will keep people from talking over each other. And they allow Scott Jennings to challenge them. And he is smart. Mm-hmm. He doesn't get emotional. And there's no yelling, and which I think is great. MSNBC has not gotten that memo. So I think there's hope for CNN. I actually find them more fair than CNN because CNN allows things like Joy Reid.
It is remarkable because I've played Scott Jennings clips now 3 times in the last 7 or 8 big takes I've done. And credit to him because he goes into the lion's den on that, was it the 10 p.m. Abby Phillips show with like the round table, the panel. Yeah. And I believe most times he's the only Republican voice there. And Abby Phillip is like super low energy. But there's another girl on the show that tries to shout Scott down at times. I think Carrie Champion.
Who is? I want to throw punch her.
Yeah. She got fired at ESPN.
Yeah, she's a little girl with the black hair.
Yes.
And she interrupts. She is she's like now I got Joy Reid stuck in my head. Joy Behar. Joy Behar has not let a guest or anyone on that show finish a sentence since 1994. And this other chick is the same way. She's annoying.
It's infuriating. I agree. 855-839-1210. We'll come back and we will get to the much anticipated first annual TDS Top 25 of 2024. I know a lot of you yesterday giving suggestions. It is the Trump Derangement Syndrome Rankings. It was a committee of 1. I went into the boardroom last night, and I did not reemerge until I came out with the top 25. Actually, it's
Christmas jammies?
I didn't. No jammies, no boardroom.
There have been calls all over youtube.com/@12WPHT for Nick to post a picture of his matching pajamas.
Post a picture.
I will not.
Picture.
But we will post the rankings.
Not everything needs to be on Twitter.
That's right. Not everything needs to be on Twitter. Respect my privacy and my truth. Back after this.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything, from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits. A $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today.
Call 800-291-1305. That's 800-291-1305. 800-291-1305.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here for my friends at Omaha Steaks. Gifting during the holidays is a warm experience to make someone else's life more enjoyable. Forget gift cards, electronics, or clothing. Get them a memorable experience like the gourmet foods from Omaha Steaks. How about a curated gift package that they will savor with so much flavor? Perhaps filet mignon, courtesy of Omaha Steaks. And now you can get the perfect gift with 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, my listeners get an extra $30 off your purchase by using the promo code Nick at checkout. We had the filet mignon, the burgers, and the chicken breasts, and it was the freshest meal I've ever had delivered to my doorstep. The girls loved the chicken. My wife said the burgers melted in her mouth, and I absolutely love the filet. 5 generations of family excellence dating back to 1917. Wow your friends and family with a gift that is way different than the ordinary. omahasteaks.com, 50% off site-wide. Use the promo code Nick for an extra $30 off at checkout. Do it today. omahasteaks.com.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Mary's Catholic Church in Cherry Hill, Saturday, February 8th, with Dennis Horan and Vince Valentine. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
Exactly. That's why I use NordVPN every time I surf the web. Features like Threat Protection Pro's safeguard devices from phishing websites and disable intrusive ads and trackers. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. It is crunch time, right? And let me guess, you're looking for the perfect last-minute gift. Don't worry. Be merry. Wawa is the one-stop holiday gift card shop for everyone on your list. Give the gift of Wawa or find other popular gift cards like Xbox or Apple. Always available in stores so you can stop in, grab a gift card, and get on your merry way. Make a last-minute Wawa run for gift cards today. Happy holidays from Wawa.
See store for details.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This half hour is brought to you by Winter Ford. The Winter Ford Cherry Hill Get Ready holiday sales event is here. See Dino Rucci and his team for discounts and rebates up to $10,000 on new Fords. Call 800-428-4000 for details. Again, 800-428-4000 for details. Check your savings at winterford.com.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
What have you done? Another year over, and a new one just begun. And so this is Christmas.
Kayal and Company. Mary Walter in this morning with me as we wrap up 2024, an hour from now. Well, probably a year from now. Sean Farish will join us live from Nashville, Tennessee. Cut sheet coming up in just about 20 minutes, and the Mary Walter podcast is available on demand wherever you get your podcasts these days.
Yes. And it's live on Tuesdays, 7:15 p.m. Eastern Time, and it is a live cast. So, like Suze and Manglemush, you can join in and leave comments and ask questions and sometimes take the conversation in a totally different direction from which it was intended. And then it is available on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. And just look for Mary Walter Radio on all of those platforms. Thank you so much. I appreciate the plug.
Yes. Do you do a video component with that as well?
It is. It's video because it's live on YouTube and Getter.
Okay.
And
now, what is Getter?
Yeah, I don't know that one either.
I never heard of that. Is that like a Rumble, or is that just a video streaming?
Look at Mary's face. She's shocked to hear that.
Yeah, Getter. I mean, I used to say Getter back in the day, but it's a different.
Well, you can go
context.
Explore Getter. Getter was a precursor to Truth Social.
Oh.
Yeah. Run by Stephen Miller, who is with Trump.
Yeah, of course. Getter.
Not the bald Stephen Miller, the other Stephen Miller. The other guy.
Let's
say Miller.
Drawing a blank here.
The Economist, Stephen Moore?
Wait, no, Miller. Hold on.
Mary's duck-going it right now.
Steve Montana, great quarterback?
That's Joe Montana.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Who's Steve Montana?
Jason Miller.
Jason Miller. Yeah,
Jason Miller.
He's
Sorry,
always on
Jason
TV.
Miller. My bad. Sorry about that. Jason Miller. And but anyway, so it's live on both, and because he gave me a check mark and for free, and I made me part of the beta testing for it.
Oh, okay.
So I do the podcast there, and honestly, we get a lot of viewers on Getter. And
nice.
Yeah, so it's on those two, and then it's on Apple Podcasts and Spotify later.
Very good.
From Mary Walter.
There you go. Don't forget, and there's no S on the end, as I learned the hard way. It's Walter, not Walters.
Yeah, because there's only one of me. Because if there were two, that would be trouble.
Right. It's like in baseball with RBIs. It's runs batted in, so it should be called RBI, not RBIs, because it's not runs batted ins, it's runs batted in. Right, Dan Borowski, sports guy?
Yes.
Exactly
right. So when you're out with the husband, I guess it is the Walters, though, right? So he is technically correct.
No, he has a different last name than I.
Oh, you're right.
Now,
I did not change my last name.
Is it Pool Boy or Pool Boys?
There is only one Pool Boy.
Well, but Stalker has a Pool Boy, so I don't know. Dan, do you double as Stalker's Pool Boy as well? Are you Mary and Stalker's Pool Boy?
No, I do not. I do not.
No.
Double as his. No.
You don't take your shirt off and get into a bathing suit and clean skim Greg's.
I am not paid enough for that. No.
Yeah.
We're going down a rabbit hole here. You know that, right?
Could be a side hustle in the future. I mean, it is radio after all.
I'm Greg's Cabana Boy. How about that? I keep the clothes on.
Yeah, Cabana Boy. There you go.
Wear khakis and nice polo.
You a khaki guy?
No, not at all.
Corduroys?
Can we go back to the fact that Greg Kelly, dear Lord, Greg Stalker can afford not only a pool but someone to clean it for him?
Well, he's got 5 jobs. As he takes on more responsibility for an extra $100 a year, these are the amenities you are able to afford.
An extra.
Know your
That's
load.
so true in radio. I'm surprised they just give him a new business card, but there's no raise attached to it.
Right.
That's what it is. You laugh.
You can update your email signature, though.
I know.
By the way, the email signature is one of the most infuriating.
We're kind of right.
Yeah, most of the time. The email signatures are a real doozy, isn't it? I love when people have, their entire life story in their email signature. Yeah. My name is John Smith. I am the maintenance supervisor. Here's my phone number, my email address, my link to my LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter. Here's the actual cell phone number you can reach me
Paid
at.
OnlyFans.
Yeah, geez almighty. It's like putting your vac status in your profile.
OnlyFans?
Yeah. It's in my bio, yeah.
Yeah.
I need money, Mary.
Yeah. Dan does a lot of OnlyFans work. with this
going
Ron
in a really creepy direction. That's all I'm gonna say.
It all started with a shameless plug of a podcast, and then we got into Getter and the wrong Miller and keeping up with the Millers and we're the Millers.
Mary started it by calling me the pool boy. Once I got that name, I went down a certain path.
That's right.
Ended up on OnlyFans.
It's my fault. It's my fault. But thank you to your listeners who do participate in my podcast. They're a lot of fun. So thank you guys.
You are welcome. All right. Trump derangement syndrome. Yes, it's the first annual unsheathing of the TDS Top 25 of 2024. The Trump derangement syndrome rankings. I am going to unsheath these from 25 up to 1. And I would like anybody that has a thought to just immediately blurt out and interject with a thought, a question, a comment, a concern. And we will start at number 25. And what I did for 25 through 22 was I lumped in all the weaponized government, politicized prosecutors and judges. And I think that's a fair spot for them.
Mm-hmm.
Coming in at number 25, Jack Smith. Deranged Jack Smith.
He's the creepiest looking dude, right?
He is. He makes Brad Sherman look like an OnlyFans model.
Brad Sherman's just adorkable, right? He's just dorky. Jack Smith looks like he's gonna come bursting through your door with a knife.
He does.
Right?
He does. Yeah.
Creepy eyes.
I like to see him and Merrick Garland spend the holidays together, sulking their tears. Number 20. Go ahead.
I would pay to watch that.
So would I. I would stream that on Christmas Eve around the fireplace with a bourbon over ice. Number 24.
In Christmas pajamas.
Yes, in Christmas PJs. Fonnie Willis. Come on down, Fonnie. By the way, I love calling her Fonnie. I love the fact that she calls herself Fonnie. Fanny is just...
you can't use that one, I mean.
It's low-hanging fruit. Fonnie.
Yeah, but it annoys her.
Fulton Fonnie.
I hope Santa brings her some Spanx.
Nathan Wade has done that plenty of times.
In a cabin in the woods.
In Tennessee. I've been to cabins in Tennessee. I lived in Tennessee. I know the Tennessee cabins. I just never spanked a prosecutor there.
Oh, my word.
What are you going to do?
Well, I love that you specified a prosecutor. You spanked other things.
Right. I've spanked doctors and teachers, dancers, the whole bit.
Watch out, pool boy. You'll be a first.
That's right. I'm going to join the pool boy profession. Number 23, the man who is literally built like a thumb, Alvin Bragg. Come on down, Alvin Bragg. The only guy with a bigger head than Tim Walz is Alvin Bragg. He's the original Mr. Potato Head. Alvin Bragg, weaponized Manhattan DA, Mr. I downgrade felonies to misdemeanors.
You ever see that Purple Walk yesterday? The show that was put on for Mangio, man?
Yeah, boy, they love that. We're going to walk Luigi right to the electric chair.
May I just say that the original Potato Head is Brian Stelter? I'm sorry.
That's
he's
true.
got a way better Potato Head than Alvin Bragg.
We need to do a Potato Head power rankings list. I'll do that in 2025. I like that one.
All right.
All right. Number 22 is Letitia James, who campaigned, auditioned, advertised she was going to get Donald Trump. Remember the victimless crime? The supposed victims, the banks, where they said, this guy's a whale. He's a great client. We want to do more business with Mr. Trump. Letitia James at 22. And then we'll wrap up in the weaponized government with Merrick Garland.
Category.
It's like a bracket, right? Like you got the South region, the West region. We got the weaponized government bracket. Merrick Garland will wrap it up at number 21. So any final thoughts on Merrick, Letitia, Alvin, Fonnie, or Jack?
No, Letitia, though, is going to get shot down. The whole case is going to get thrown out. And I would love to see Trump sue them for malicious prosecution. I would love to see that. If Santa could bring me that, I'd be super happy. Merrick Garland he's part of the swamp. He's going to walk away with his pension and his money and no repercussions. So, good for him.
All right, here we go. Working our way inside the top 20. At number 20, Atlantic writer and race hustler Jemele Hill, who once had a promising career on ESPN. She hosted the 6 p.m. coveted weeknight Sports Center slot, and then in 2016 decided to work in political and social commentary, killed her sports career, killed SportsCenter, made ESPN the woke left-wing sports network that it is today, and now she's relegated to grifting on social media and, I don't know, writing for The Atlantic for $38,000 a year. Jamel Hill, come on down. Welcome to the
She's still
club.
making more than me, so I'm not going to throw stones. But, but I don't know much about her, to be perfectly honest with you.
Okay, fair enough. Most people don't. She usually gets a lot like Joy Reid. She is one of these people that I don't think really gets content consumed until alternative media, free speech radio, conservative outlets crush her for her aspirations of being, I would say, the modern day female Al Sharpton is the best way to put her.
She's like Joy Reid without the Donald Trump wig.
She's Joy Reid with a sports background that pivoted to social and political and cultural commentary that 98% of Americans don't agree with.
Gotcha.
Best way to put it.
Just recently, she said that Caitlin Clark fans are racist and sexist and hate black lesbians.
That was her.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Got
Yes.
it.
Yes. When I wake up every day, I think about black lesbians and my anger towards them.
Well, we were talking. I was going to say something, and I just pulled myself back from the brink.
Hopefully, the racial grifting is about to end. I think that market's drying up quickly as
Too
well.
important to this radio station.
Yes, exactly. Next up at number 19, Eva Longoria. I believe Eva Longoria is, what show was she on? What was that show?
Desperate Housewives.
Desperate Housewives.
Watched it, loved it. It was awesome.
Yes, she has had many meltdowns over Donald Trump. Next on the list, Jimmy Kimmel. Welcome to the late night area.
Yeah, here we go.
Jimmy Kimmel, come on down, buddy boy. And then this one is for Greg Stocker because Greg loves the hardworking everyman that is.
I think Mary's a fan, isn't she?
Oh, she is.
Not anymore. Used to be.
Bruce Springsteen, the boss. Yeah. Look at Dan Borowski's got. I didn't even tell him to do this. Woo! Yeah, Bruce.
Pool boy runs a tight ship here.
He does.
He does. He's keeping you on track too. He's making you take breaks.
He's got his headphones on too, by the way, which is a rarity. Most of these producers here I see, they don't wear headphones when they're producing a show.
Yeah, it's because most people don't want to go deaf. I guess they're just kind of
Exactly.
throwing that aside at this point. It's
Yeah.
just like, yeah, bring it on, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Knock on wood, though.
Like yesterday, Jimmy Kelly didn't have his headphones on.
Jim,
And
come on.
I'm trying to talk to him, and he's not hearing me. I'm like, all right, so he can't see and he can't hear. Like, what are we doing here?
I want to know more about this because last I knew Mary as well as I did, she was a huge Bruce fan. So what was the pivotal moment that kind of made you flip?
Well, there's some personal things that made me flip because he doesn't live far from me, like right here, and well, he did move to his farm, so now he's further away, but he still owns right here. And I got to know some things about like who the real Bruce Springsteen is, and I was like, okay, but he's just become a limousine liberal.
Limousine.
Wait, is there like a bad reputation in your town for Bruce? Like he wasn't tipping people at stores or
No,
something?
no. But I'm not gonna air things. I'm not gonna do that. That's not fair. So I'm not
I love when laundry gets aired.
I'm not gonna tell stories out of school. So I'm not
Yeah.
gonna do that. But people as a person, he's kind of introverted. Nothing. I don't have any problem with him as a person.
Right.
But I just don't like when really not super smart people have political opinions. So a quote that was told to me by someone who was very, 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 very close to him said, if it weren't for his ability to write music, he'd be on the back of a garbage truck in Freehold.
Wow. Hey, let's not criticize the garbage truck. Donald Trump was in a
No.
garbage truck and got him elected president.
This is true. But the point is he's just kind of doesn't really know. He's got a niche, and God giveth and God taketh away, and God gave him a lot of musical ability.
Yeah.
And so there's things lacking in other areas.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, speaking of airing out laundry, totally underrated practice when the weather is great in the spring and summer. By the way, have you ever done this? Do you still do it? Is it still a thing? I haven't seen it in years.
I do it all the time.
I love when you can put laundry out on the old clothesline.
I don't put
Phenomenal.
it outside. I don't put it outside, but I do hang it inside.
You hang it inside?
Yeah.
To what? Just save on the dryer bill? The electric bill?
Yeah, and it's also better for your clothes. They last longer.
Really?
Yeah.
I just love it. A nice, beautiful spring day. You just throw the wash in the machine. You take it out. You get the little basket, the little wooden clothespins.
So what do you hang it on?
On a clothesline.
Do you have like a line? Do you remember those things that when I was a real little kid, my mom had one of those things like a pole because we didn't have trees, and
My
it had like
grandmother
the
had 'em.
four sides,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it was 4 poles with four things of string. She'd have sheets out there, underwear, socks. She'd have the whole bit out there.
Yeah.
Bras.
No, we don't have that. With my a
Smells great.
I'm gonna drop one on my clean laundry on its way by. So no, I don't do that.
All right.
But inside, I hang it up.
Continuing with our TDS top 25 of 24. How about a couple of people in entertainment, or used to be in entertainment? Mark Ruffalo and Rob Reiner, who I believe Rob Reiner's in a mental facility right now.
Is he really? Seriously?
Yes,
Really?
I believe that was on X that he.
Oh, well, then it must be true.
Well, then it must be true. He deleted his account, or he said that he was going to a mental health treatment center. I mean, he's not. He might be in a padded room right now, listening to this with big headphones on. Rob Reiner, welcome to the list, pal. You made it. Now, I could have went individually here, but The View, I'm going to lump them in collectively as a show, because we could have had Joy on the list, and we could have had Sonny Hostin on the list, but I decided to stick all of them, Ana Navarro and the Whoopster, as a collective a foursome, right?
Well, okay, so first of all, Rob Reiner, just to clarify, checked into a facility for a peace and relaxation and would not be on his phone or social media for a few days just to calm. That was it. So it was just a couple days.
Okay.
So
He could be out.
So it was just kind of like maybe he went to a spa.
Yeah.
As far as the yapping yantas on The View, it's Sonny Hostin. She is a racist. She is like the other chick we were talking about, Jamel Hill and Joy Reid, right? Joy Reid, we were talking about. She's racist. I'm sorry, she is. And Joy Behar, like I said, she's horrible. And Whoopi Goldberg thought that Dr. Jill would be really great to run Health and Human Services because she's a doctor. She's a really good doctor. So these... could you imagine if we came on the air and said something like that? We would never have a job again.
It'd be over.
And Whoopi Goldberg makes like $8 million a year, which I'm surprised. I thought it'd be more.
Yeah.
But maybe it's because she says stupid stuff like that, and Joy Behar has to go, I don't think she's a doctor.
She's like an educational doc. She's got
like
her,
an English, a doctorate in English.
She's like a professor.
Right. Like if you're on a plane or a boat or something like that and is there a doctor on board, she's not raising her hand.
No.
I think that white women in particular, want to protect the patriarchy here because it's to their benefit. Yeah. They want to make sure that their husbands do well. They want to make sure that their sons do well. They want to make sure that their children do well. And they want to make sure that they do well. Most of the women in some of these studies are married white women, and they do fall in line with what their husbands are doing.
Sonny Hostin's new middle name is Legal Disclaimer Just Read.
Yes! Oh my God. It's awesome. That day when she had to read 4 of them, I'm sure you talked about that.
Yep.
They just should have had her hold up a newspaper underneath her face because she looked like she was being held hostage. It was the best day ever.
You have a legal note.
I do have a legal note. Thank you, Whoopi. Matt Gaetz has long denied all allegations, calling the claims, quote, invented, and saying in a statement to ABC News that this false smear following a 3-year criminal investigation should be viewed with great skepticism. That DOJ investigation was closed with no charges being brought.
Aww. And remember, folks, never forget, Sonny Hostin's got a law degree from the University of Notre Dame.
Yeah, and AOC is an economist, so, you know.
And a space cadet. All right, let's continue. We'll go through these in a little bit quicker fashion to get to our top 10 and our top 5. I got to throw Robert De Niro on the list. Poor Mr. De Niro has had many meltdowns. He still thinks he's the mobster from all the movies, wants to be the big tough guy, so we'll put him on the list. We've got a couple of CNN talents, and I use talents in air quotes. Jim Acosta, who has never smiled on television once in his life, come on down. And Caitlin Collins, which is really remarkable. I got out of sports radio because I was tired of talking about the Eagles every single day, every single segment of my life.
The Eagles.
The Eagles. Caitlin Collins, I don't know that she has ever uttered a word on a subject that didn't involve Donald Trump. Her entire hour is dedicated to Donald Trump every single night of the week.
Yes. It was Caitlin Collins, fun fact, started out at the Daily Caller.
That's right. Yeah. And, she's an Alabama grad. And there's a lot of scuttlebutt on the internets and the webs, the interwebs, that she is actually really I don't know if she's conservative, but she's a Republican. I don't know that I buy that anymore.
I don't know. I haven't heard that. But Jim Acosta and Robert De Niro have something in common. They're both really short.
Ah. Like how short?
Robert De Niro came out. Remember when he came out and railed against Trump and he was wearing a mask across the street in New York, 6 months ago?
Mhm.
He had lifts on. He had really high shoes on.
Oh, he's like DeSantis. He had boots.
He had high shoes, and they almost look like orthopedic shoes. They had the big sole. So he had those. And Jim Acosta, I only know he's short because oh my gosh, Dom was there, Dan, when we were in the press briefing room, and Jim Acosta got in a fight with Sebastian Gorka, and Gorka's screaming at him across the press briefing room, which was awesome because Gorka's really big and he's a big booming man, and this little guy it was like one of the Munchkins came flying past me, and I didn't know what happened because I was talking to other people, and all of a sudden they go right between our conversation, and I was like, what the heck was that? And I realized, Jim Acosta. So I'm only 5'7", so I'm not super tall.
Okay.
But he had to be like shoulder height to me.
Yeah. Interesting.
He's little. Yeah.
Jim Acosta's the kind of guy I'd like to stuff in the locker. All right, so
you could. He's definitely locker stuffable size.
All right, perfect. So 25 through 11, Jack Smith, Fonnie Willis, Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, Merrick Garland, Merrick Hill, Eva Longoria, Jimmy Kimmel, Bruce Springsteen, Mark Ruffalo, Rob Reiner, The View, Robert De Niro, Jim Acosta, Caitlin Collins. We have made our way to the top 10.
I'd like to punch him in the face.
Exactly right.
This is somebody that we want for president? I don't think so.
Yeah. Sorry, Bobby, you lost. Take your L, bro. All right, number 10. And she could be higher because she actually followed through with her claim of moving out of the country. Ellen DeGeneres, who has now moved to England in light of Donald Trump's victory with her lover, is number 10. The Ellen DeGeneres Show. Remember, she used to come down the steps and she'd be clapping and all the trained SEALs would sing along and clap on the Ellen Show. My sister used to watch it back in the day.
Yeah, I liked that show. To be fair to Ellen, well, actually not to be fair to Ellen, she has, and so did Eva Longoria, they have both put up this whole thing that they left the country because of Donald Trump. Like Eva Longoria has gone to Spain and Ellen's gone to England. Both of those women owned those places before the election. They've owned them for quite a while. So they're making them, now we're Ellen's now selling her property here in California now.
Yeah.
So that's the story is I've kind of always been going there. To the Cotswold, but now she's just selling her American property. So she's really, really doubling down on it. So
does she have a pool boy or a pool girl?
You beat me to it.
Yeah. Inquiring minds want to know.
She does.
Do we really want to know that?
Not really.
No.
I had to put her on the list. Number 9, we're going to go with Madonna. Madonna has a lot of TDS.
Yes, I'm angry. Yes, I am outraged.
Yeah.
Yes, I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
Sounds like a threat to democracy.
You missed the part where she said, yes, I'm no longer relevant.
Yes. Like a virgin for the very first time. By the way, is that insurrectionist type behavior?
Yeah, she actually, I think, was visited because that was during the 2017, during the inauguration. They had a big protest, and I believe she did get a visit from the Secret Service. But they decided that she didn't really mean it. May I just say, she's the poster child for not aging gracefully.
Right. Who do you think's got more mental issues, her or Britney Spears at this point?
Ooh, I think they have different mental issues, and Britney's got a longer road to go. So, I don't know when it all fell apart for Madonna because she was gone for a while.
Yeah.
Something like that contagious? Does it go back to the VMA kiss?
It might be.
Yeah.
One developed TDS.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
And now the other one just dances with knives on video.
Watch who you kiss out there.
I forgot about that. Good call back, Dan.
Yeah.
All right, Dan. Mary, cover your ears here. Britney or Madonna in their prime? Who you got?
Britney. Yeah. There's no doubt.
Okay.
What are you just shaking your head at? You're going to leave me out there? Are you Madonna? Are you Madonna?
I'd go Madonna.
Really?
He clearly was going Madonna. Did you have to ask him that with the reaction he gave you to Britney Spears?
Really?
Phil, throw that up in
It's
the
because,
YouTube.
you know what? He thinks Madonna's a freak. That's what this is about. I know
Yeah.
you told me to shut down Mayor, but it is so
Right.
screamy because you think Madonna's a freak.
Right. YouTube poll question.
Well, Nick, we got, like 4 or 5 years between us? I guess my idea of Madonna really started when she was already, like, the early 2000s up there. And
She was washed.
I didn't really get to experience her very much in the prime, but I did get to experience Britney Spears. And,
All right.
Yeah.
TDS, as we continue, number 8, local sports radio host Mike Missinelli, who went from being afternoon drive to middays, all because he lost 40% of his audience because he couldn't stop talking about his hatred for Donald Trump on a sports show.
Really couldn't help himself.
Just as really one of the sad tragedies of life when you've got the world by the cojones and you allow, and this is beyond this individual, all of these sports people. Whether you were, and I've got a couple of basketball coaches, I'll actually bring in 7 and 6 here. Steve Kerr, the head coach for the Golden State Warriors, and Greg Popovich, the head coach for the San Antonio Spurs. All of these sports people, whether sports media, TV, radio writers, coaches, players, athletes, you do yourself a major disservice. Remember Michael Jordan once famously said, "I don't do politics because Republicans buy sneakers as well," right? Smartest thing you could ever do. Why you would alienate half of your consumers and half of your base is beyond me, right? Like if you're a pizza shop, sell pizza. You don't get rid of your pizza for your salads and your appetizers. Stick to your bread and butter, your meat and potatoes, and you don't have to worry about alienating presumably 40, 50, maybe 60%. And by the way, now Donald Trump won the popular vote. So you are really doing yourself a disservice because he's no longer the lesser of the two because the Democrat won the popular vote.
But can I just say, so I don't know who Steve Kerr, Mike Missinelli.
That's okay.
I don't know who these people are.
Mm-hmm.
But the majority of people are on this list because they didn't stay in their lane. You know, what did Laura Ingraham? Shut up and sing. Right? So there's that. So, you know, Bruce Springsteen, shut up and sing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I would not, maybe I'd still be going to your concerts because I'm not anymore. Because you don't need any more of my money because you are a limousine liberal.
Yep.
So, you know, maybe, you know, Fonnie Willis would still be, you know, on this case and not being on her way to being disbarred. And same thing with Letitia James and Alvin Bragg and the rest of them, if they would just stay in their lane.
Yep.
You know, Robert De Niro, the View, they talk about politics, but they're uninformed. And that's the sin there.
Yep.
I don't care if you talk about politics, if that's your job, but for the love of holy God, show prep.
Yeah, right. Have some semblance, even if it's a factual anecdote and or even an opinion that is up for debate, right? Like I'm fine with that. But like the Joy Behar when Whoopi dropped the Dr. Jill.
Dr. Jill, that was the best. And she still has a job.
You're surrounded
she still
by
has a job.
and $8 million a year to work with a cast of 5 for 1 hour, and presumably she has 17 producers. That's inexcusable to make that kind of mistake. That just shows you laziness, in my opinion.
100%.
All right, 5 through 1. We'll go through these quickly. I think most of you probably anticipated these names on the list. Number 5, Mark Cuban, who actually revealed in the last week or so that he was actually handed note cards of what to spew as a Kamala Harris surrogate and as a guy who has completely lost his mind. And oh, by the way, a lot of people on this list, bad eyewear, we're going to get to that. I think that shows TDS stage 5, which is, by the way, the last stage before death.
So I don't think it's TDS. There's something about people who wear glasses as they get older. They wear these huge glasses, like the bug eye, these huge things. Do you remember in The Sopranos, the grandfather, right?
Yes.
Right, Tony Soprano's father. These huge glasses, and he wears them in real life.
Yeah.
And Mark Cuban, I swear, and it's happening to John Bon Jovi. These liberal men, when they get older, they morph into liberal women.
Yes.
Right? Or either that or liberal women just look like dudes and they all just age into each other. It's like babies. You can't tell their gender when they're real little. You can't tell if they're a boy or a girl. So when they become older, I can't tell if it's a man or a woman again.
That's right.
It's like they're. It's weird. It all
Yep.
comes full. It's the circle of life.
It's the TDS transition.
Is that
Mark
what it
Cuban at 5, Rachel Maddow at 4, one
They're
day
the
a
same
week.
person.
Yes, they are the same person. Joy Reid at 3, and rounding out the top 5 because Cuban and Maddow have the same eyewear fashion, as does Rosie O'Donnell, who comes in at number 2, talking to squirrels on her porch while it looks like she might have some sort of herpes around her mouth.
That's what I was gonna say. I was like,
That,
for
like,
the love of God, if you've got the herpes going on up
Bad
there,
canker sore. What is that?
Could you put some, like, I don't know, a little
Beeswax?
bit of makeup on it, something like to just not make it look like
Chapstick?
an oozing, like not make it look disgusting.
Yeah.
She gave up. I don't think she ever really cared. Like she
Yeah.
may have tried back in like the 80s,
Yep.
but now she just gave up.
She did. And then number 1, a man that I think is actually super, super lonely in his high rise in Manhattan, probably overlooking Central Park. He's got a cat. He has no female companionship. Not sure that he has kids. He's got no job, but he does the Countdown podcast. Keith Olbermann. Keith Olbermann.
He's gonna be with Don Lemon soon.
Person in the world.
Tonight on the Countdown podcast.
He's going to be on the boardwalk with Don Lemon trying to put out videos to try to develop some kind of media thing any day now.
Don Lemon made my notable omissions. He was in that
Okay.
26 to 30 range.
Well, if he wore the glasses more often, he'd probably, make it in the top 5. Right?
That's right. Yeah.
Got a lot of free time on your hands. That's all I'm going to say.
Wow. Who? Don Lemon or me?
You.
I did this list on the John last night in about 8 minutes.
Speaking of no prep.
Yeah.
You and the ladies of the View there, Nick.
There you go. All right, that'll do it. TDS Top 25 of 2024, the first annual awards. They will reconvene next year on the final show of 2025, assuming I'm still here. Kayal and Company, the cut sheet, is next. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Recently just test drove the 2025 Honda Prologue. Pretty cool vehicle. Why? Because it's Honda's first all-electric SUV. With a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time, you can cruise the roads worry-free with 3 charging options to choose from, including a portable charging kit for when you're on the go. Lease the Prologue today for as low as $229 per month. Think about that, $229 a month. What is this, 1997? $229 a month, that's right. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for details, or shop online at piazzahonda.com and tell them Nick sent you.
It's no secret, the clock is ticking. Grab your last-minute gifts at News. Quick, affordable gifts for the whole fam for under $10. Toys by Barbie, Disney, Mattel, Hot Wheels, Nerf, Sonic, Fisher-Price, and more, starting at just $3.99. Small electronics you can easily wrap for $4.99. Box gift sets you can throw a bow on, start at just $5.99. Box cozy PJs start at $9.99. Don't wait, time is running out. Get to Foreman Mills now.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, Trish Zioli. So I was thinking the other day about how many people would love to have access to my browsing history. All the data that I'm looking at. I mean, this is a crazy time in which we live. People love to profile you, but I don't have to worry about any of that because I've got Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo, and I use their secure VPN, and this keeps my data encrypted no matter where I am, when on the road. It doesn't matter. I'm going to give you a 30-day free trial by going to DuckDuckGo.com/1210. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Privacy Pro for less than $10 a month. You get that VPN to secure and encrypt your data on any Wi-Fi network anywhere, even at home from your internet service provider. You're also going to get personal identity theft restoration if, God forbid, somebody steals your identity, and personal data removal. They're going to keep scanning, finding your data, and removing it for you. That's incredibly important. All that for $10 a month. Are you kidding me? You got to have this in this day and age. So go to DuckDuckGo.com/1210 and sign up today for a free 30-day trial. DuckDuckGo.com/1210.
It's no secret, the clock is ticking. Grab your last-minute gifts at News. Quick, affordable gifts for the whole fam for under $10. Toys by Barbie, Disney, Mattel, Hot Wheels, Nerf, Sonic, Fisher-Price, and more, starting at just $3.99. Small electronics you can easily wrap from $4.99. Box gift sets you can throw a bow on, start at just $5.99. Box cozy PJs start at $9.99. Don't wait, time is running out. Get to Foreman Mills now.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.802 Kayal and Company. As we continue, it is the final show of 2024. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter, Dan Borowski, Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly. Greg Stocker will be back on Thursday, January 2nd, as will I. Dawn will return on Monday, January 6th. Mary, have you scheduled your 4-year anniversary of January 6th? Do you have any special plans lined up for J6 4 years later?
Not for January 6th. I think I'm going to be sleeping because my last day of working like insane shifts is January 3rd. So I think I'm going to be sleeping, but I am going to D.C. for inauguration gala. So that'll be fun.
Oh, very cool. All right. Yes. And we will be approaching, we're exactly 30 days away from January 20th, right? Or roughly 30 days?
Approximately, yes.
Approximately 30 days. All right. Sean Farish joining us in about 35 minutes or so. But right now, Dan Borowski, let's get to the last edition for 2024 of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
That's right. What's on the Cut Sheet is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. See store for details. Relationships really do matter at Cherry Hill Volvo.
Come on down.
What's that?
All right, I thought you were leading. Sorry.
No. Remember, you're gonna be the maestro.
Oh, okay. So
that's why we gave you the numbers.
Let's do that intro again and try it again, boys.
Hit it off those
Try
numbers.
that again.
Phil, can you run those back into me if you could, real quick?
I was wondering during the break because
that's where I just ran. So I thought you were leading there. So.
No. So you'll intro them like Greg does.
Yeah,
now, normally, if it's Sean and Dawn and myself, I'll kind of lead it because we have three voices.
Just making sure. I just got
It's almost
this.
like stalkers here, isn't it? Let's try that again.
Feels like, oh my God, I got to run around. Greg's like,
Phil just ran in here so quick. Thank you for that, Phil. So first off, coming up at 8:30, we have a great friend of the show, Donald Trump, joining. Well, Sean Farish is going to hop on. But first off, he had a goodbye for the frumpy Fannie Willis.
Yes.
Fannie Willis. Fannie.
Frumpy Fannie. I love that.
Take a listen.
Well, I just wanted to offer a heartfelt farewell to frumpy Fannie Willis, right? Look at her. Nobody's ever seen anybody as frumpy as Fannie Willis. It's incredible. And now she's going to have to go back to what she's good at. Nathan's hot dog eating champion is returning to her throne. Nobody eats Nathan's hot dog quite like frumpy Fannie Willis. You know what I'm talking about? But I want to thank Frumpy Fannie for giving us one of the greatest pictures in the history of American politics. If it wasn't for Frumpy Fannie, we wouldn't have what I call the Mona Lisa of mugshots. It's the greatest mugshot in the history of the world. So thank you for that. The Georgia Court of Appeals got it right. Just like the American people got it right on November 5th. They sent me back to the White House with a mandate to be your president again. So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye, and as the kids say, bye, Felicia, bye, Frumpy. It's been nice knowing you. May your future be bright and full of prosperity. And for the rest of us, because you're gone, the best is yet to come, believe me.
Oh, my God. How good is that? Hands down, the best Trump impression of all time. Voice, the mannerisms. He even gets the... He's got every little nuance nailed. And, of course, we did the big take today on the Fonnie Willis situation as she is officially disqualified. Let me ask you this, Mary, and I don't even know, I don't remember if you gave your position on this, because I did say this in the big take. I believe that rose to the level of being disbarred from practicing law in the state of Georgia. Do you think that will happen? I don't see it happening, but I personally think it should.
It should, but I don't know if Trump has the time or the will at this point in the game to make that his focus.
Right. But wouldn't this be a thing where, like, you know, the Bar Association in the state of Georgia examines it at least, right? I mean, I don't know what her term looks like as far as being reelected and how much longer she has in office in Fulton County, which is basically the city of Atlanta. But if you're, and not to make it political, but if you're a Republican and you're high up there in the Bar Association for the state of Georgia and you sit on those boards, don't you almost want to just give her a dose of her own medicine?
Well, no. Do you know how hard it is to sue a lawyer? Lawyers sue everyone else.
I know.
It's impossible to get a lawyer to sue another lawyer. It's a very, I mean, it's not impossible. It is possible, but it's a long road to hoe.
Okay.
They sit in judgment of everyone else.
Right.
It's like Congress. You think Congress is ever going to enact term limits on themselves? Of course not.
Hell no.
Right.
Not a shot.
So no, nothing's got. And she was just reelected. So.
So she was.
Fannie was just reelected in November. Like.
Wonder what the terms are for that. Is that a 6-year thing, a 4-year thing?
I'd have to look that up. But I know she was just reelected. She raised a lot of money for her reelection, which is why, again, undergarments, honey.
Yes.
Little support garment would be awesome, and put your dress on the proper way.
Remember that story where we found the actual dress that she apparently bought online, and the zipper.
The zipper goes in the back. But see that when she was walking to the stand, I hate to see this, but when she was walking to the stand, this woman's got a lot of money. You can afford something to. It looked like squirrels fighting in a bag, and I try not to be mean. I try to be kind, but there's no excuse for that. Like, there's no excuse for not going out and buying something so that I don't have to watch it all under your clothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Well, it's hard to get dressed in the middle of the night in a cabin in Tennessee when the lights are off.
Didn't happen.
We're back to the cabin. I think
we've
someone
all,
knows it.
We've all put our dress on backwards in the middle of a cabin in Tennessee at night.
Yeah, me too there. Yeah.
I want the picture of Nick in the dress in the cabin in Tennessee at night. That's better to me now than the Christmas pajamas.
You get one of you only get one. It's either that or the Christmas PJs.
No.
Take your pick.
I want you in the dress in the cabin in Tennessee. I'll take that over the Christmas PJs in a heartbeat.
Doug listening?
No, I want to see the picture. I think it would be hilarious.
I thought you were saying you wanted him.
No. I want the picture. He said I have a choice. I'm like, I want that picture.
I do want the picture. Nick, get the picture
it's too
out.
early in the morning
he's just shaking
for this
his head.
stuff.
He's quiet, shaking his head over here, Mary.
What is wrong with you two? It is way too early in the morning for this stuff.
This is outrageous.
Really?
So
stalker.
Moving
Somebody
along.
call Greg.
Meanwhile, back on the ranch.
Segue here, talking about lawsuits. Someone might deserve a lawsuit after, prior to the whole situation yesterday on the floor, ABC News moderators Whoopi Goldberg and Joy Behar on their The View claimed Elon might be up to something nefarious. Phil, why don't you hit 10A there, sir?
Who is in charge? Because I've been saying it for a while.
Yes, you have.
I've been saying that I think Elon Musk believes he's president. I do.
Well, you've been calling him vice president.
I've called him vice president. I called him president because I don't know what JD is doing. I hardly ever. I don't remember last time we even talked about JD.
You're right. He's planning the presidency when they get rid of Trump.
So you think it's Musk Vance?
Possible.
Mm. Hey, you know who? Stay away from the stairways. Because, people put the leg out to trip you going down the stairs. Watch out.
It's all a ruse. It's a setup. Remember the game, was it Clue, the board game?
Yes.
It was the professor with the rope.
In the library.
Was in the library.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Elon Musk. Although, I'll tell you what, in 2028, not that Elon Musk is going to take the pay cut or deal with all the nonsense because he's got a pretty good life. If they wanted to roll out a J.D. Vance Elon Musk ticket, I wouldn't be against it. Although I could see this, and I'm going to end the year with a really good hot take for you. Your 2028 Republican ticket will be J.D. Vance and Vivek Ramaswamy. Vance and Vivek, it fits. VV,
yes.
5 letters, 5 letters. I'm going to make the
It's only
signs
for
right
marketing
now.
purposes, right?
Yes. Half of the Trump administration, half of Doge.
So, okay, so there's a lot of things going on here. First of all, every time I am subjected to the yapping antis, I get dumber. So I hope you're happy.
Oh, we
The
got
rest of
more
my-
there too, Mary. You just wait.
And that's before you even work with me for 4 hours.
Right. I just ignore you.
Well,
so
my wife does as well.
Yeah. You don't know this, but I talk to your wife a lot. So here's the thing. She's talking. They're talking about Elon Musk is really running the country. I'm like, who do they think has been running the country for the last 4 years for President Pudding Pants? Right?
That's a great point.
Like, who do they think has been running the show? They don't even ask that question. Yep. We all are just acting like Donald Trump is the president right now. Mm-hmm. Joe Biden quit mentally, probably 10 years ago, and he's quiet quit now. Physically, since before the election, since he dropped out in the summer. Why are we paying him? I have no idea. Did they ever once ask, where's Kamala Harris in the last 4 years? What's she doing? Did they ever ask that question?
Nope.
No. And lastly, Vivek, Elon Musk can't be president because he's not a natural born U.S. citizen.
Know.
He's, so she's wrong there too. And but then again, she thought Dr. Joe was a real doctor, and we're back.
Pick a side, though, because leftists Reddit and the commenters are like, oh, look at this pushover stooge, Donald Trump, being controlled by Elon Musk. But just 2 months ago, they were saying this guy is a super genius who wants to be a dictator to take over the country and, create a coup. Like,
Right.
so what is it?
Well, he went from being Hitler to being, Aunt Betsy all of a sudden, right? It's remarkable is Elon Musk is going to have no say on immigration. He's going to have no say on negotiations to end wars in the Middle East, Russia, Ukraine. He's going to have no say on crime. He's going to have, he might have some say on energy because, he's in the electric vehicles, the whole bit. But you know what? Where he should have a lot of say? The economy. And if he knows how to slash bloated budgets along with Vivek, the more smart people you can surround yourself with, the better. I said that in the first hour. I'll say it again.
No, I totally agree with you. And Musk cannot be VP because, again, you must have parents who are American citizens, so if you're born abroad, that type of thing. He is a naturalized citizen. He can't be VP either. So this is ridiculous. And he has the right to free speech. He can weigh in on whatever he damn well wants to weigh in on. He has just as much a right of free speech, and you can think he's wrong, that's fine, just as much as anybody else. So
Yes.
they need to be quiet.
There you go.
Just to follow up on the View clip there, similar to Sunny Hostin and her comments there about Matt Gaetz we played last segment, there had to be a comment made, a follow-up comment, 10B there, Phil.
Oh, God.
Okay, I need to clean something up because my cat.
Her cat.
Lays in wait for me on my stairs all the time. That's what I was thinking of that. I wasn't trying to indicate that they were actually standing there with their legs out, hoping he would trip.
No, nobody wants anything done
No,
to the president.
it was lighthearted, and it's the holidays. Come on. My goodness.
Wow. I could never work on that show because, look, I understand absolutely every time Sunny Hostin makes those accusations, why she has to read that. But the fact that Whoopi Goldberg would have had to correct herself there, but that just goes to show you where ABC is, right? Stephanopoulos, 16 million. Sonny Hostin, legal disclaimer after disclaimer. They are walking around on eggshells right now at that network.
And listen, they're the reason why so many of us have to say, like, if we say, "Oh yeah, he hit the bullseye," I don't mean literally. Like we all have to do that now, and they're part of the problem. They're the reason why, because did anybody take it meaning that someone was waiting to trip Trump down the stairs? It was a joke. Like I think most level-headed people knew it was a joke.
Mm-hmm.
It's stupid.
Blaming her cats. Come on. Before we move off the whole, new bill in Congress, I want to highlight, Nick, sorry this isn't in your list, but I just want to add this one in. Number 34, I'm going to throw you off there, Phil. Rosa DeLauro. This congresswoman, whenever I think of angry librarian, this person's image is the first face that comes to mind. And she was angry. She was angry last night after Elon Musk got involved. Take a listen to this one.
Read on a bill. And you know what?
Oh, God.
They got scared. Because President Musk told them, President Musk said, don't do it. Don't do it.
So I don't really care what she has to say. I just want the image up on the screen there still, Phil.
Let's freeze it. Let's freeze it, and if we can box for her, put her in box 4 and leave her in a box for the rest of her life. By the way, she has been in Congress, folks, since 1991.
Really? Is the purple thing a new thing, the purple hair?
1991. Well, that's just to show you that she's still with it. She's hip. She's trendy. Big glasses, purple hair. So that
it's not trendy though.
Well, that's the thing. That's the far left. Yeah.
Mary, are you considering some purple hair and big glasses?
Oh, totally on it. I'm making notes right now.
How about a nose ring? You want a nose ring?
No piercings. I don't even have pierced ears. No piercings.
Okay.
So the glasses, we were talking about the enlarged glasses when you get older. I mean, she's definitely up there, right? So she's got the big, huge glasses. I don't know why. The hair I kind of dig because I can identify liberals in the wild, especially the women by the color of the hair.
Yep.
So I like that. It's like a marking. It's like a peacock. So it's good. I know to steer clear. And I'm probably dating myself here. But does anybody else think she looks like Witchy Poo from HR Puffin Stuff?
Oh, my God.
Right? Like, you just put that hat on her, and she looks like Witchy Poo from HR Puffin Stuff.
She looks like she got into a fight with Barney and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and they just spontaneously combusted and spilled all over her. I get ridiculed and ripped all the time for wearing flip-flops.
Yes, you should. You should be.
To work.
Yes, you should be ridiculed.
Nobody should ever criticize my fashion
man.
ever again after seeing that lady show up to work in Congress. You are paying her salary as American citizens, and she is showing up looking like Raphael, who's the purple Ninja Turtle? Donatello. She looks like Donatello from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Secret of the Ooze.
I'm still going with Witchy Poo.
I actually fact-checked that. You were right on money, Donatello. Good job. You know your Ninja Turtles there, Nick.
90s kid, baby.
Yeah. And one more clip, another highlight from the floor there. Let's cue up this one. It's number 31 there. I just want the really bad joke by Representative Jared Moskowitz. Phil, can you get 31 going by chance?
1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Moskowitz.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Denial is not just a river in Egypt.
Oh, come on. Oh. It's so bad. Whipping out a denial joke.
Oh, that's
it. Just the denial.
Well, I'm going to just take this in a little bit because we broke down like the X's and O's of this whole facade. You ever notice how the media and things get covered and when things are released and when things are timed? What has been the number one story that we have talked about for about a week? Drones. Okay, and what happened yesterday? Think about this. You had Fonnie Willis disqualified. You had this House floor bickering. You had Rachel Joy Reid. You had Stephanopoulos. You had all these stories. Remember what I've been saying for about the last week on this show. This drone story is going to disappear. You're going to start to see the drones no longer as in the sky as much as frequently as we have seen them. And maybe I'll be wrong on that. But you're going to see this drone story get pushed right off the burner in the media. And now what's everybody focused on? House spending, bills, salaries, debt ceilings.
Speak for yourself, though. I mean, because myself, I am on this drone thing, and you know what? Screw the debt ceiling. I want to know if there's aliens.
You know what? I'm all droned out. All right.
It's not alien. I don't think it's aliens,
It's not.
but there's now restricted airspace over all these parts of New Jersey now.
Mm-hmm.
And so my husband, being a pilot and a total nerd, went on to his FlightAware, or one of his programs, to see where the restricted airspace is on. He's like, oh my gosh, because there's all these red circles.
Mm-hmm.
And he went into this thing and, Google Earth, all this other stuff. Majority of them are over power plants. And also there's a couple businesses that these are over, why, and you got to face. So, yes, Picatinny Arsenal has one. Earl Weapons Naval Station Earl, I think, has one. They're getting drone busters. Some of these places are getting these military-grade drone busters. Earl and Picatinny are getting those. I don't think there's a no-fly over Earl. But anyway, there's some down towards Philadelphia. It really kind of runs the turnpike.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a lot of areas in Jersey, but it's over power plants, which doesn't make me feel good.
Okay.
Like, why? Why? If they don't know what these are, then why are the no-fly areas over power plants and power stations? A lot of power stations have these.
So the new phenomena, it's popping up online, gone viral. I got a friend who saw this in Philly and sent it over, but I don't know. I'm the skeptic here when it comes to this kind of stuff. Phil, run that audio or the video there. There's no audio to it. But if you can look over on your screen there.
There you go.
Yeah, these will look to be, my best guess is they're just spotlights up there on the clouds, right? But people are seeing them all over the place. Are they just now seeing them because they're paying attention to the skies? Are these just spotlights? What are your thoughts on these, Nick?
Might be the bat signal.
It's the reflection of the car. It's the reflection in the car of whatever's on the radio.
Yeah, this is why I'm so over the drone thing, because
look,
now it's
you
every
can tell
possible.
right there.
Oh my God, it's
the reflection of what's in the car.
I also wonder.
And by the way, if you spend your Christmas Eve or as soon as this, because my life is officially going on hiatus at 10 a.m. today, and I am gonna make a vow that I will be off. So you will not see anything. My timeline will be inactive for 12 days. I'm not even opening this stinking app. If you spend your holidays pontificating over the drones and recording videos,
I feel personally attacked.
You know what? Seriously. Find some, start a family, okay? Start a family, create kids, go get laid, get drunk, spend something, buy something you can't afford, treat yourself to a gift. Just enough with the drones already. Enough.
Speaking of which, my podcast on this past Tuesday was a drone cast from New Jersey, and I had two pilots on, and you can watch it on YouTube. Just go to look for Mary Walter Radio, and the audio will be up on Apple Podcasts and Spotify later today. Again, look for Mary Walter Radio.
Great podcast, by the way.
Yes, sir.
I've heard it. And Phil, we could throw up another poll question in the YouTube chat. I know you've got 30 things going on, so what the hell? Let's make it 31. What would you rather do for the next 10 days? Track the drones or watch the Jets? Right? The New York stinking Jets, the football team. By the way, Mary, did you hear this story? Woody Johnson, the owner of the Jets, Johnson & Johnson, Big Pharma, he decided not to pull a trade off in the NFL because his son told him that the player they were going to trade for, his video game rating on the Madden football video game for the Xbox and the PlayStation wasn't high enough.
Yeah, you said a lot of words there I don't understand.
Exactly. Most people don't, but that's all right.
I understand it.
Drones or jets?
You're the sports guy. I'm the political chick. Sorry.
So on the note of drones, yesterday a big topic of discussion was the Pentagon announcement that deadly force could be used if they're flying over these aforementioned new no-fly zones that Mary mentions. And the Pentagon did indeed address the phrase deadly force.
Yes.
Take a listen.
Just to follow up more a bit on drones, I just wanted to ask about the federal ban on drone operations in parts of New Jersey. The government, they say, may use, quote, deadly force against the drones if they pose an imminent security threat. Who would shoot them down if it came to it? Would that be DoD assets?
So a couple things. So first of all, I would note that that is standard security language included in national security NOTAMs and temporary flight restrictions. So FAA certainly could talk to you more about that. And as you've heard us say, we're going to work closely with the FBI, DHS, FAA to make sure that we're harmonizing our on-base efforts with anything that they're doing off-base. And, the bottom line is that our forces, our commanders, if they observe UAS activity that they believe represents a threat, they have the authority to conduct mitigation operations based on the capability at their location. And as I highlighted, one of those capabilities could be the non-kinetic, interruption of signals, for example.
So let's all go on record here. Do we think we will see any drones shot out of the sky before the new year starts? I'm going to say no.
Probably not. But, people don't realize, like, there are little power stations in a lot of towns.
Mm-hmm.
And, when I have a town of 3,500 people, there's a little power station.
Yeah.
That's where the no-fly zones, and most of them in this state, if my husband's in a deep dive into this last night, because, again, he's a dork, that's where they are. So, I don't know, there's some businesses as well that have no-fly zones over them now.
Yeah.
My true fear, though, is that it's too little too late, and we're playing a game of cat and mouse at this point, because what I fear is happening is there were actual drones flying over New Jersey that were trying to scout it. And my leading theory, I'll be completely honest, is that some nefarious government is trying to do some kind of scouting over, our skies.
You think it's a foreign adversary?
And if it is a foreign is a foreign adversary, they're not going to scout the same location over and over again. They're going to move on, and now we're hearing reports across the country of other locations that are seeing these drones. So to me, that might suggest if it is a foreign adversary that they are, moved on from New Jersey, and what we're seeing now are just planes and spotlights being.
Do you own a drone?
No.
Mary, you said your husband's a dork. Does he have a drone?
Of course he does.
He does. Okay, Sean Farish has one too.
He's a pilot.
Oh.
So, but here's the thing. I think what a lot of people are saying are drones. Seriously, it's planes. There's a lot of them that are just planes. Whether they're small planes, people have small planes and they fly them around. So I just think people just never really looked up or paid much attention to it before. Someone had a picture and it was a picture. Oh, look at them. They're all lined up. And we're like, you're in the flight path to Newark, JFK, and LaGuardia. They're lined up to land. And from the ground, it looks like they're close together, but they're really not.
But there are orbs, too.
Oh, and here we go.
Big orbs.
And we're off.
And there we go. All right, that'll do it. Round one of the cut sheet in the books. We'll get to part two one last time for 2024 coming up around 9:30. When we come back, the final 2024 Friday appearance of Sean Farish, a.k.a. Donald J. Trump, will speak to the president-elect on the other side. But first, a word from our friends at DuckDuckGo. 30-day free trial is about to come and go. And if you want to take advantage of it in the 3-in-1 Privacy Pro package, the subscription-based service, you can still do so. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. I signed up just about 8.5 weeks ago. It's really amazing the amount of personal information that we're all dumb enough to put out there. If you've never done it, you're like in rarefied air. Most of us have stuff out there on the internet that we don't want out there. And the smart hackers, the scammers, the con artists out there, they get your credit card, they get your social security number, and next thing you know, your identity is stolen and compromised. Your personal information is out there, and that's what this is all about. 3 features for the price of one, and that price for the first 30 days, $0. After that, $9.99 a month, you get with DuckDuckGo 3-in-1, your VPN, personal information removal, and identity theft restoration. Trust me, give yourself a treat for the holidays. Protect that personal information and get it removed. Do it today. 30-day free trial, DuckDuckGo.com/1210.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here for my friends at Omaha Steaks. Gifting during the holidays is a warm experience to make someone else's life more enjoyable. Forget gift cards, electronics, or clothing. Get them a memorable experience like the gourmet foods from Omaha Steaks. How about a curated gift package that they will savor with so much flavor? Perhaps filet mignon, courtesy of Omaha Steaks. And now you can get the perfect gift with 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, my listeners get an extra $30 off your purchase by using the promo code Nick at checkout. We had the filet mignon, the burgers, and the chicken breasts, and it was the freshest meal I've ever had delivered to my doorstep. The girls loved the chicken. My wife said the burgers melted in her mouth, and I absolutely love the filet. 5 generations of family excellence dating back to 1917. Wow your friends and family with a gift that is way different than the ordinary. OmahaSteaks.com, 50% off site-wide. Use the promo code Nick for an extra $30 off at checkout. Do it today. OmahaSteaks.com.
See Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at Holy Rosary Regional School in Plymouth Meeting Saturday, February 1st with Jim Daly and Tim Conniff. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos? Starting now, radio listeners get access to our best last-minute holiday deals from Legacy Box. Get your family's videotapes converted for just $9 and photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents each, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of old media. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media. It's the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. Take advantage of this exclusive last-minute holiday offer from Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
What a unique, useful gift for anyone on your list. Dawn Stensland here. Whatacrock.com's delicious, easy-to-prepare meals. Whatacrock makes it so simple. I just put one of their meals into my slow cooker in the morning, go about my day. When I come home, dinner is simmering. Whatacrock meals make for an excellent gift for the holidays, too. Anybody who could use a little help in the kitchen or just looking for an easy meal while prepping for the holidays. People recovering from surgery, or my niece Hannah and her husband just had a new baby boy. Oh, they love Whatacrock.com. Give the gift of Whatacrock digital gift card, too. Unlike most meal kit companies, there's no prep required, no chopping, slicing, or searing. Cleanup is quick and easy. It's as simple as dropping a meal into your slow cooker. No subscription or commitment required to order. Just order what you want when you want it. Use promo code WPHT. Get $10 off your order. Visit Whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the gifts for the ones you adore. Wine, spirits, beers, all nestled on shelves. Got some advice from our helpful elves. Oh, so many gifts to explore when you go to Total Wine and more. Bottles so delightful, whoa. Priced so amazingly low.
Curbside pickup available and the lowest prices for over 30 years only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
This year, American farmers will harvest 2.8 billion bushels of wheat and 15.1 billion bushels of corn. And to this day, American road workers have built 4.2 million miles of roads and counting. We're proud that John Deere machines rolling off the line here in the USA play a part in supporting Americans who work the land and build a better tomorrow. Nothing runs like a Deere. Learn more at johndeere.com/manufacturing.
I'm Bev. My husband Bill is living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that can scar your lungs and make it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose. If you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. Bill and I have been married for over 60 years, and we're looking forward to more. If you or someone you love may have ILD, find support, hope, and help at lungsandyou.com.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
Get up, Harry.
8:35, it is Kayal and Company, a Friday morning, December 20th, the final hour and 20 minutes for 2024. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter, Dan Borowski, Jimmy Kelly, Phil Omquist here as we wrap up the year with one last Friday fairish appearance. And we'll get to Sean live from Nashville in just a moment. But first, we welcome in the president-elect. Donald J. Trump is back with us one more time to wrap up the year. Mr. President, good morning. How are you, sir?
Well, it's a tremendous morning. I have to tell you that. First of all, when you say good morning, you could say that to regular people. We say tremendous morning. We say great morning. We say fantastic morning, right? We're having the greatest morning the world has ever seen. We have a new hat. You see it? We're getting the word MAGA embroidered on the front. At some point, somebody's going to do it, but the government is shutting down, so we'll see what happens. But we're doing very well, right? We're doing very well. Everybody's having a fantastic time. That much I can tell you.
We'll get to Fani Willis. We'll get to the House, the bill, Elon Musk, a lot of things I want to ask you about, but nothing hotter right now than the smashing success single that you have just released on social media, MAGA Wonderland. I hate to put you on the spot, Mr. President, but could you give us a live rendition of your new great song?
Well, I can tell you this, right? We're on 1210 WPHT. These are tremendous people. We talked about it yesterday. We happen to be the greatest musical artist in the history of the world. Walking in a MAGA Wonderland, that's what we call it, right? We say, and this does not apply to you, by the way, because your ratings are through the roof. So I just want everybody to understand. Ratings crash. No one's listening. And Mark Cuban looks like he's transitioning. We beat the fake news. We win and they lose. Walking in a MAGA Wonderland. Gone away is Kamala and almost $2 billion. And Rosie is sad. Rob Reiner's gone mad, walking in a MAGA Wonderland. We'll build a wall and we'll shut down the border and start the deportations on day one. Our country will get back to law and order and send all those bad hombres on the run. Then later on, we'll all admire when I tell Joe and Kamala you're fired. Through all the attacks, our country is so back, walking in a MAGA Wonderland. And a lot of people, by the way, are saying that's the greatest song they've ever heard. A lot of people are saying it. Everybody's saying it.
Gotta get this guy a record deal. Oh my God. Is Columbia Records still a thing? I don't even know. It's been a long time since I've looked at CDs and things like that. Gotta get Sean Farish or Donald Trump a deal. But Mr. President, let's start yesterday because the lawfare has just totally blown up in the faces of all these prosecutors, all of these judges. Doesn't matter if they're locally elected DAs or weaponized federal employees. Fani Willis disqualified, which all but ends the Georgia charade.
Well, Georgia's done, right? They say the devil went down to Georgia and didn't stick around too long, right? Well, when you look at Fani Willis and she's out, I call her Frumpy Fanny. You look at her. She's a horrible person. And now she can get back to what she loves to do, right? Her passion, her big passion. Move over Joey Chestnut because Nathan's hot dog eating champion, Fani Willis, is back in town. We all understand that nobody eats Nathan's hot dog, much like Fani Willis, and we know what I'm talking about, right? And get your minds out of the gutter. We're talking about carnival food. Of course we're not. But you look at it, she's going to go back to what she does the best. It's her biggest hobby. Nathan Wade, we know all about it. That's why it's called disqualified. She got disqualified. Everybody thought I was going to get disqualified. This time last year, Colorado was disqualifying me from the ballot. Not only did I win, but they put me back, but I won by so much that everybody has to say what a fantastic job he did. She's been disqualified. She's out. The case is done. Everything is over. And we won. We just keep winning. Nobody wins as much as we do, right? We win like nobody has ever seen before. And Frumpy Fanny, I just want to say to her, thank you. Because if it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have gotten the greatest mugshot in the history of the world, right? We call it, what do we call it? the Mona Lisa of mugshots. Nobody has ever seen a mugshot as beautiful as this mugshot. We call it the Mona Lisa, and if it wasn't for frumpy Fannie Willis, we wouldn't have gotten it. But we got it, and we're very happy to have gotten it.
Mr. President, we've got to get to the Democrats and the mainstream media that are melting down now. I've seen Jamie Raskin. I've seen Brad Sherman, countless other Dems, countless other puppets in the media spewing their talking points. And it's weird. You know, a month ago, 6 weeks ago, it was you're a dictator, you are a fascist, you're the reincarnation of Hitler. And now apparently you're just the vice president and you're letting Elon Musk basically implement all the policies. Would you care to give a rebuttal to these stooges out there that are trying to crush you for surrounding yourself with somebody who's financially savvy and probably the smartest, wealthiest guy we all know, short of you?
Well, I'll tell you this, right? They first they say I'm Hitler, now they say I'm a vice president. They want to have their cake and eat it too. The problem with that is Chris Christie ate all the cake, right? So there's no cake to even have or eat. It's all gone. We call him Snack Man, by the way. You look at the size of that guy. That's a big guy. And I hear that he's having a hard time finding work. But there's been a mall Santa that looks a lot like Chris Christie that's been around lately. So maybe he's making a few bucks that way. We'll see what happens. You know, he eats himself out of house and home. He's a horrible guy. And he's huge. You look at this guy. You know, I was on stage with him one time, and I had to hold on to the podium very tight. I was getting sucked into his gravitational pull. Somebody threw a tomato at him, and it's still going around and around in his orbit. It's unbelievable. That's the solution, by the way, to the drone situation. You can inflate Chris Christie with helium, send him up. He'll catch all the drones in his orbit in about 4 minutes. You could bring him down. He could eat the drones, by the way, and get rid of them. I got along very well. We talked about it with Obi-Wan Kenobi. I called him Ben, and he took one look at Chris Christie. He said, "Sir, that's no moon. It's a space station. We're caught in the tractor beam." I said, "Help me, Obi-Wan. They say you're our only hope. Now we're getting stuck in a tractor beam." But, you look at Christie. He ate all the cake. These people want to say that I'm Hitler. They also want to say that I'm the vice president. So these are what we call stupid people, right? And our government is full of stupid people. You look at low IQ AOC. You look at Ilhan Omar. You look at, I call her the notorious PIG, Piggy Smalls, Rashida Tlaib, right? You look at these people. These are stupid people. Corinne Jean-Pierre. Are you down with KJP? Nobody is, right? You look at that mop head. These are the stupidest people the world has ever seen. Crooked Joe Biden. He's going to meet with the Pope again. First, he had Operation Tootsie Roll. Now there's Operation Charleston Chew. You know what I'm talking about as well. So horrible things are happening. These are stupid people. They don't want to give up power. And we're going to have the greatest run this country's ever seen. The golden age, right? And I know more about gold than anybody. You could ask Ronald McDonald, who I got along very well with. I built the Golden Arches with my own two hands. Not only did I win Employee of the Year this year for working for 15 minutes, nobody's ever seen it before, but I also won Employee of the Decade with McDonald's because I was the employee who caught Luigi. You look at Luigi Mangione, the eyebrows, you could see them for miles. You look at this guy. He's got caterpillars on his head. I called the cops. I said, "We have a guy with caterpillars on his forehead. We got the guy. These caterpillars are getting ready to turn into butterflies." They said, "Sir, how do you know it's the guy?" I said, "Nobody has eyebrows like this guy." So we do very well. We're getting ready for the golden age. We're getting ready for the greatest time this country has ever seen. And we're going to do it despite the amount of stupid people in our government like Raskin and these horrible people.
Donald Trump is with us here on Kayal and Company. Final question for you, Mr. President. I know you're very busy. The holidays are here, so we'll keep it short today. A lot of news coming out about the media. You have certainly taken it to the media. George Stephanopoulos, ABC, $16 million settlement for defamation. Now Joy Reid's taking pay cuts. Stephanie Rule's taking pay cuts. Your thoughts on the demise of MSNBC, as it looks like you were the one to finally destroy whatever was left over of legacy media?
Well, the media, we call them the enemy of the people, right? And you talk about stupid people. That's where you really have to start. You know, you look at George Snuffleupagus. This guy is a clown. He's another stupid person. We call him a beauty, right? You look at that beauty. But I'm happy that he couldn't shut his mouth, right? because he kept calling me horrible things, and we won $16 million. They have a lot of money to pay. Kamala could have used that money. She's still in debt, and she's working it off, if you know what I'm talking about, right? That it's she has a hobby. She has a skill. They call it a skill. Liam Neeson from the movie Taken, he says, I have a certain set of skills, right? She said, sir, I have a certain set of skills. I said, I'm not interested, but there's plenty of other people who are interested if you have to pay off the debt. You look at Snuffleupagus, $16 million for the library. You look at Joy Reid, and you can't look at her for too long. You understand what we say. If you look at her for too long, it could cause retinal damage, explosive diarrhea, vomiting, burning of the skin or eyes, horrible things. That's why you have to use your Joy Reid eclipse glasses, right? Remember that?
Yes.
April 8th, 2024, where the entire world thought Chris Christie ate the sun for 3 minutes, and then it came back out. They said, what the hell happened? We had the glasses. That's what you need to do to watch Joy Reid. She's taking a pay cut. Stephanie Drool, right? Stephanie Drool. She's a mouth breather. What a stupid person taking a pay cut. These people, Rachel Madcow, right? You look at The View. I call it the zoo, or the bickering bovine, right? You look at these people. These are stupid people, and they don't deserve anybody's time. They say, we are the media now. People are watching. What are they doing? They're listening to 1210 WPHT. They're listening to Mary Walter, who happens to be very highly respected. They're listening to fantastic people because we speak the truth, and we have a fantastic time when we're doing it, believe me.
Unbelievable. Sean Farish, a.k.a. Donald Trump. I mean, come on, people. He's actually better than the real Trump, which is, forget being the best Trump impersonator. He's better than Trump himself. Dude, I don't know.
The McDonald's weave was I think was a good one. I think, if I do say so myself.
I'm not going to lie, dude.
So.
I played the MAGA Wonderland song last night about 8 times in a row.
I love it. I love that.
I'm just sitting there
funny.
I'm scrolling back on my phone and letting it start over and over. My wife's like,
so good.
You really need to get help.
The best part about that one was about 3 or so, or 2 in the morning the night before. So like, what was yesterday? Thursday.
Yep.
So Wednesday overnight into Thursday, I was stuck on one verse. It was actually the like in the meadow we could build a snowman verse.
Yeah.
And it was right before coming on to do the show yesterday morning with you and Dawn and everybody. It was like 2 in the morning, and I popped up out of bed, and I was like, I got the verse. It literally came to me in sleep. So I wrote it down. Yeah. It just popped in. And that one, it might be my favorite. I think my personal favorite is still Hunter the White-Nosed Crackhead from a couple years ago instead of Rudolph the Red-Nosed. But I played that one for my wife before I posted it yesterday, the MAGA one, and she was belly laughing. And, she hears it all day.
Right.
So, if she thinks it's funny, it's going to be good. So I'm happy everybody's enjoying it.
Awesome.
Yeah,
all right.
That's fantastic.
We'll come back. I want to get your thoughts, Sean, on Fani Willis, on Joy Reid, Elon Musk, the whole situation last night, which is now kind of spilled over into Jack Posobiec against Nancy Mace on social media.
Oh, yeah.
Cat turds in the news. Chip Roy, a lot with this whole situation going on, and we'll talk about it, and we'll stick around until about 9:15 or 9:20. Sean Farish, the last Farish Friday of 2024, as we continue here on Kayal & Company.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze, and right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's no secret, the clock is ticking. Grab your last-minute gifts at News. Quick, affordable gifts for the whole fam for under $10. Toys by Barbie, Disney, Mattel, Hot Wheels, Nerf, Sonic, Fisher-Price, and more, starting at just $3.99. Small electronics you can easily wrap for $4.99. Box gift sets you can throw a bow on, start at just $5.99. Box cozy PJs start at $9.99. Don't wait. Time is running out. Get to Foreman Mills now.
We know you're uncertain about psychics. Is this fortune teller you found on a forum legit?
Your one true love is...
me! That's why California psychics reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. When sending a package, why venture outside? Ship with USPS for a true holiday ride. Want to stay cozy and warm? There's no need to roam. With free package pickup and labels printed from home. We have over 600,000 employees always in motion. And before you know it, your gift has delivered emotion. Spread the holiday joy this season with USPS's enhanced network. Learn more at USPS.com/holidayride.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Holy cow.
I'm dreaming of a white
mustard. Scaling Company. 8:53. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter, Sean Farish, Dan Borowski, Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly. The whole squad here. Stalker's out. We have more people in when Stalker's out. It's really interesting.
Too important to this radio station.
Oh. Thank you, Gregory. Good to know.
I think he's talking about himself in that case.
Yeah. Don't forget, Andy Chan Holiday Block Party, 5th annual Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation tonight in Old City. If you'd like to donate and attend, a $20 donation, GregStalkerSucks.com. One person that does not suck is Sean Farish. Sean Farish, your thoughts on the big issue yesterday coming down. Literally, as we were signing off, 9:53 a.m., the news broke. Frumpy Fonnie Willis disqualified. Get out. Your thoughts?
Oh, I was so happy to hear it. Because, it looked like that was Judge McAfee back in the early stages of this year, was hearing the case, and he kind of split the baby, right? He said that she's disqualified unless Nathan Wade leaves the case, and then she's not disqualified. But then when he granted the Trump legal defense team's motion to appeal it and, get a second opinion on it, it was like, oh, okay, so she probably is going to be disqualified, but it's going to take some time. So she is disqualified, and it's great. It's great to watch that entire case just fall apart. Right, the whole thing, all of the lawfare cases fell apart, and some people will say, "Well, it's because he won. It's because he won the election that the D.C. case and the Florida case got wrapped up." But it's not true. The Florida case got dismissed before he won.
Right.
The D.C. case was basically resubmitted, but immunity would have wrecked that case anyway with Chutkan and Smith. The New York City case is dead on appeal. If it even gets to appeal, the Georgia case never had a chance. So we've known for a while that all the cases were politically motivated BS, essentially. It was nice to find, to get that confirmation yesterday with her disqualification. It was awesome to see.
Do you think, and Mary and I had this conversation around 6:30 this morning, do you think this will be the end of weaponized government? And now I'm not talking because Mary and I had a back and forth about January 6th and individuals, but do you think it's over now for going after like a Republican presidential candidate? Do you think that era's past us, or will we see that happen again?
Oh, it's going to keep happening.
You think so?
I think the cat's out of the bag, right? I think now here's what I think. I think when Republicans are in power, there'll be less Democrats they go after, right? But I think when Democrats are in power, they're going to keep trying to do it. They're tyrants. They're never going to stop, right? I mean, they are a rabid animal, okay? And rhetorically speaking, there's only one way to deal with a rabid animal, right? You have to eliminate the threat. And I'm not calling for violence. I'm saying you've got to make them such a minority in this country, the rabid Democrats. There are common sense Democrats all over the place, right? But they're not in positions of power. The rabid ones have the power. The AOCs, the Ilhan Omars, the Rashida Tlaibs, the Jamie Raskins. They're rabid. You have to get them out of the government. That's what I mean by eliminate their threat, right? It's not a call to violence like the way Dan Goldman called for violence against Donald Trump live on the media. You've got to get them out. You have to eradicate that virus. You have to get them out of these positions where they can pull the levers of power. And unfortunately, until they have been purged from the government, I think it's going to continue when they find themselves in positions of power. Make no mistake. If Republicans don't perform in the 2026 midterms, right? Yes, I'm thinking that far ahead.
Mm-hmm.
The first day of that new Congress, they're going to try to impeach Donald Trump for something. They're not going to stop. They can't help it. You put out a list of TDS infected people. They are driven by that disease that they're suffering from.
Yep.
They've abandoned rationality. They don't care about precedent. They care about going after Trump and exercising every last bit of power that they have to make Trump's life, and anybody who aligns with Donald Trump, they're going to try and make their lives miserable.
Sean Farish, he will stick around. 9 o'clock hour is on the way. We're going to get to Elon Musk. We're going to get to the fireworks on the House floor yesterday, and also all of these media stories from George Stephanopoulos to Joy Reid, Stephanie Ruhle, MSNBC, and we'll do all of that when we come back. 9 o'clock hour here on the final show of 2024. It's Kayal and Company. Don't go anywhere.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
It seems to happen every game. Cornerback Darius Slay gets hurt. They help him off the field, and then a few plays later he's back. Slay's a 12-year veteran, and he still flies around with a sense of joy. To say he's resilient is an understatement. Throughout this 10-game winning streak, he's made so many big plays to keep it going. This is a young defense, but 33-year-old Darius Slay continues to lead by example. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from the game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. And for nearly 160 years, the dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable, personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter. Power up the holiday and give a gift from the top of their wish list. Visit your local Steel dealer today or shop online at steelusa.com.
This segment brought to you by Turn 7 Liquidations. Below cost to the bare walls. Turn 7 Liquidations must vacate and liquidate immediately with massive extra 50% off savings, plus just arrived toys from Disney, Barbie, Marvel, Lego, values up to $50 for $5. Turn 7, closing liquidation, Philadelphia Mills, Turn 7 Liquidations.
WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here. We're Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Ratings crash, no one's listening, and Mark Cuban looks like he's transitioning. We beat the fake news, we win and they lose, walking in a MAGA wonderland. Gone away is Kamala and almost $2 billion. And Rosie is sad, Rob Reiner's gone mad, walking in a MAGA wonderland. We'll build a wall and we'll shut down the border and start the deportations on day one. Our country will get back to law and order and send all those bad hombres on the run. Then later on, we'll all admire when I tell Joe and Kamala you're fired. Through all the attacks, our country is so back, walking in a MAGA wonderland.
Harry, get your fat ass out of the couch. You're going to vote for Trump today, Harry. Let's go, Harry. Get up, Harry. Come on,
As we were saying, indeed. Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour for 2024 is underway. Nick Kayal, Mary Walter, Sean Farish, Dan Borowski. By the way, Sean, you are in Nashville. Mary is in Jersey. Mary is not actually going to be celebrating. You see, you're in the festive mood right here. You've got the hat on. Mary was mad that we didn't play enough Christmas music, but Mary is also not going to be partaking in Christmas. She doesn't have the tree up yet, right, Mary? I know we can't hear her.
That's weird.
Sorry, that was me. Sorry, that was me.
There you go.
We don't own a tree. We didn't buy a tree this year because last year the tree didn't get up until the second week in January. So I said to my husband, I'm like, what is the point? We work through from like almost from Thanksgiving straight through to January, but like this week and next week and the week after that, forget it. It's just packed. So what's the point?
Sean Farish, when are you taking? Because I know you're all about Christmas. When is your tree going to come down? That's the question.
So, this is so now I'm being exposed, right? So there is no tree because the issue.
Wow.
So here's the issue. Right? So we've got cats, and they are crazy, and we don't trust them with a tree, so or lights right now.
Yep.
So we're celebrating, right? We got decorations up and all sorts of great stuff, but there's no actual tree because if there was, there would probably be a house fire.
All right.
It would just be a mess.
We have cats too, but we put the tree in a different room that has a stained glass pocket door in front of it.
Oh.
And so you
have stained glass doors there, man.
Oh, the pool boy checks back in.
Sorry.
Dan, do you have a Christmas tree?
Come into my house, Dan.
I know your house is absolutely beautiful.
Dan, do you have a tree?
Yes, I have two.
All right, I'm just making.
I'm
I didn't know if I was the
there.
only guy on the show with a Christmas tree here. I was just,
I got
well,
two
we don't
fake
have
ones.
families, so there's that,
All right, Sean, let's get down to business here. I just saw some breaking news. I think it was The Hill tweeted. I guess Mike Johnson says they now have some frameworks in place for a Plan C, and they are going to vote on this. This has been a whirlwind story yesterday into the evening. First, it was like Eli, it was 1,500 pages. Then it's 116 pages. Nancy Mace is voting against it. Thomas Massey's like, let's do separate bills. What do you make of this? Because this is complete 11th hour madness right now.
Well, this is my problem. What the hell are these guys doing all year long that they have to wait, until the last second to pass a budget?
I know.
Right? I mean, like, seriously,
Yep.
right? I get it, hearings and other things.
Yep.
Well, what are you doing?
It's
right?
like a radio station where all of a sudden we got 20,000 spots to do in the last 2 days of the year.
Right?
Well,
I mean, this
that's
reminds
a you
me of
problem.
when I was in college. I got 16 pages to write and 5 hours to write it.
All right.
And there was no chat GPT back then. So it was like you had to write it, So you start using you take one word and you start splitting it off into like 3 words that mean the same thing so you can hit the word count. Like it was, and I feel like that's how they wound up with 1,500 pages yesterday and then 116 pages, but it was the same budget, right? So this is the deal, right? I don't understand why this isn't how it is in Washington or really anywhere. When you're drafting a budget, why are we not starting from zero?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because the year before we ran a deficit. So clearly that's not the right way to. If the average American person who's budgeting for their household looks at last year's spending versus their income and goes, we went backwards, we're obviously not going to model the following year after the previous year because the previous year you went backwards, right? You're in debt. Okay. Well, we've been doing this for the last however many years is running up this deficit. So start from zero and cut out what's causing the deficit. I happen to be 100,000% against all forms of foreign aid if we have problems here in our country.
Yeah.
They're like, well, what about this? I say, well, I understand that another country is having a hard time, but so are we.
Yeah.
So we have to take care of our people first. If the American Red Cross or my favorite charity comes and knocks on my door and there's a big fat zero in my bank account, no matter how much I want to help, I can't because I don't have the money, right? So if Ukraine is your favorite charity and you really want to help them, but your coffers and your bank account and your vault is empty, you can't do it. So now we have to deal with this is honestly where I was hoping we'd wind up. Massey has been saying this forever. It's common sense. Single issue bills. Because when you break up these massive packages with thousands of pages of legislation and language that nobody understands, you have more crevices and spots where you can hide the pork. When you break it into single issue bills, okay, this funds hurricane relief. All right, good. There's only so much pork you can hide in that bill. So when you have a hurricane relief bill and you start kind of trying to slip in endowments for the Kennedy Center and all this nonsense that they get into that. What does that have to do with hurricane relief, right? We saw what happened with COVID relief, where all these centers and whatnot got these endowments and all these grants and whatnot. What does it have to do with pandemic relief?
Right.
But it was this massive. And then if you voted against the pandemic relief plan, you were voting against pandemic relief and you looked horrible. So split the bills up. It looks like that's what plan C is going to be. That should be plan A.
Yeah, right.
Because then we, the people whose money is being spent on these bills anyway, can understand what's going on. Our reps can understand what's going on. There's no ambiguity. So break it up into single issue bills. That's the way it should be. And by the way, that's what Mike Johnson promised was going to happen when he won the speakership, and is yet to happen.
Right.
So what are they doing the entire year that we have to wait until the 11th hour to draft a budget? The answer is obviously nothing, right? Meaningless hearings and grandstanding on the House floor and censuring this person and holding that guy or gal in contempt of Congress. How about we just work on what we have to work on so we don't have to worry about it now?
Yeah, what a novel concept. And then,
makes too much sense for them, I guess.
Right. And then there's the Nancy Mace component. And, man, she has been in the news for countless things the last couple of weeks here. And she comes out yesterday and says, just because you trimmed off 1,400 pages doesn't mean it's any more financially responsible, saying basically this thing is still as bloated as it was before. There's just less paper involved. She's being destroyed by many people on social media, yet I can't sit here and say I read all 116 pages, but if the point of, trimming off the fat and getting rid of the pork is to save money, but yet the same amount of money is being spent, why is Nancy Mace in the crosshairs here right now?
I think a lot of people we're tired. A lot of people are tired of the Republicans in the House and Senate who obstruct for the sake of obstructing. And I have to say, I don't think that's what Mace is doing right now. When you look at a person like Chip Roy,
definitely,
who is, he's one of the most conservative members of the House when you look at his voting record. But whenever he has an opportunity to get in the spotlight and cause a tiff, he does it. So he is an obstructionist. At the end of the day, he'll always, he'll do the right thing, when the pressure is put on. But this is a guy, I mean, if you look at some of his tweets, right, honoring George Floyd and trying to impeach Ken Paxton, and Donald Trump is solely responsible for January 6th. This is a person who says things to generate reactions. It's kind of what Trump does, but Roy does it for really the wrong reasons. But when you look at some of the people who voted no on yesterday's 116 page, they called it a skinny CR, but it really wasn't skinny. It was skinny fat, right? It was a person who doesn't really weigh that much, but they're still a slob. You know what I mean? This is the problem. So you look at, everyone was out there saying, if you voted against the skinny bill, you're getting primaried. But that means you're primarying people like Tim Burchett in Tennessee, Andy Ogles, Eli Crane, Corey Mills, Nancy Mace, who she's not always our friend. I get it, but like you're looking at Thomas Massey. There are so many people in that, Marjorie Taylor Greene. There are so many people on that no vote, those 30 Republicans that voted no, that are part of like the Freedom Caucus. Now, these are the folks that have always had our back from day one.
Sure.
And what we have to avoid is, just because Donald Trump is pushing to get something done doesn't always mean it's the best path forward. Now,
right.
Again, if they had passed this CR yesterday and it's only for a couple of weeks, it's like, good. I get what Trump is trying to do. Just pass it, get it done, and when he's back in, we'll put something real together. But these guys are saying, no, you know what? Why don't we start those healthy habits now? And I can't knock them for saying that if that's the reason why they did it. Somebody like Tim Burchett, somebody like Andy Ogles, these are steadfast allies of Donald Trump. Andy Ogles had his phone stolen by the FBI over campaign finance, stuff down here in Tennessee. This guy is as conservative as it gets. Eli Crane, Corey Mills, these are people we would never speak ill of. And now because they voted no, because they want to break this up and really trim the pork and start these healthy habits. Now people are like, oh, we got a primary. You don't want to primary Corey Mills. Let's be real. You don't want to primary Eli Crane.
No.
You don't want to primary Andy Biggs. You don't want to primary Burchett and Ogles and Massey. You do want to primary Chip Roy. You're 100% right about that. You do maybe want to think about Nancy Mace. Because of how I think she's okay. And I'm not expecting to agree with everything my representatives do. Andy Ogles is my congressman. I haven't read the 116-page bill, but from what a lot of people are saying, it's the same amount of money. It's just less words.
Yep.
Well, if that's the case, nothing really changed, right?
Yeah.
I guess there's no pay raise.
Yeah.
But, we got to look at this, and we have to be calm and say, do you really want to primary somebody like an Andy Biggs, who up until yesterday was one of our favorite representatives? I don't think so.
So let me just jump in. It is not the same spending. Okay, it is not, because the big bill contains spending to extend DACA to extend Obamacare to DACA. That's billions and billions of dollars, right?
Yeah,
right, that's out. So the spending that was included in the skinny CR was just for disaster relief and for the farmers. That was it. That was the only thing that was in there. The reason that this needs to be done, and I think the Freedom Caucus is wrong, and that they have to realize, and I said this earlier, is that half a loaf of bread is better than going hungry. And I understand everybody wants to do this now, but there's a limited space of time. Yes, they waited again. We can't change that. And I agree with you 100%. This has to stop. But Trump wants this passed because of the spending cap, the limit on the spending. He wants that budget cap, the deficit, cap lifted now, because if it goes into March into his presidency, Democrats are going to stonewall that. And then he's stuck, and then he can't do what he wanted to do in order to get his programs in to quote unquote make America great again, because he's going to have to spend some money, just like he did last time around, in order to jumpstart the economy again. So this hamstrings Trump in a large way, and we only have 2 years. So I'm a fan of the Freedom Caucus, but they need to sit down and get in line on this one, as far as I'm concerned, because they're going to hamstring Trump. I get what they're trying to do is noble, but now is not the time. Have this battle in March, but give Trump the lift of the spending cap, because it gets lifted all the time anyway. But they've now given Chuck Schumer all the power in this negotiation, because Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are going to shut it down in March, and we go nowhere, and we're dead in the water, and Trump can't do what we elected him to do. So they need to sit down. And as far as primarying them, if that's what happens and they're successful, yeah, they need to be primaried, because we're not going to get what we voted for.
Right.
So sometimes perfection is the enemy of the good. And in this case, take what you can get and walk away.
Sean, final thoughts
me.
on this subject?
Well, and I understand the conversation about the debt limit. I don't love hearing that we're going to raise, the ceiling on the amount of debt that we can generate. But I understand why. Like from when you cut taxes, it's technically spending, so you can't cut what you want to cut if you don't raise the debt limit. So that makes sense. But again, this is something that maybe we can build into these single issue bills that are 100%. Coming. And if they don't get that done today, and this does submarine Donald Trump's administration, I'll happily come back to it and say, look, maybe they should have just bit the bullet and then addressed it again later on, kick the can down the road. The problem is we keep kicking the can and we keep not fixing it when the can is back in front of our foot, when we catch back up to the can. So we've got to find that happy medium. And is it going to happen today? I hope so. And maybe if it happens today and we get into the habit of passing those single issue bills, maybe this doesn't happen next time.
It's not going to happen today. Democrats
I understand
don't want
where
it.
both sides are coming from, and I think both sides can probably agree. Hopefully they find a way to do it today. And I don't like hearing that, hey, raise the debt ceiling because I want to create more debt. That's not what Trump is saying, even though what he wants to do technically is listed as spending. There's just so much nonsense that goes into drafting these budgets. Start from zero and pass a balanced budget. Let's get back to that. And I'm not asking for a balanced budget today because it's not possible. But why don't we start those healthy habits now, right? At least have those discussions. Maybe we revisit the skinny CR or something like that, before the shutdown looms. But let's get this done. It's got to get done.
It's not going to happen today.
I hope we don't wind up with a shutdown for the next 30 days, but we'll see what happens.
Shutdown for the next 30 days is nothing. DC's not coming back until January 6th anyway.
That's true.
They're all off. So this is the perfect time of year it's the most wonderful time of year to have a shutdown. This is the perfect time to do it. It's really not going to harm them in Washington, D.C., and they're all going to get their back pay. Now's the time to do it. I'm with you 100%. We got to get this done. There's not enough time to do it now. Listen, Republicans painted themselves into this corner, as they often do.
True.
They got to get out of this. But if we can buy time to March and give Trump what he wants now, instead of putting it off that debt limit to March, we're going to screw ourselves over even more. And asking for what they want, Democrats aren't going to give it to them now because they capitulated in the beginning. And now Democrats had what they wanted. They ain't giving it back. So now Johnson's stuck, and he is not going to be Speaker after January.
I hope not.
Yeah. Speaking of money, we've got about 2 minutes left. I got to get your thoughts on Joy Reid being forced basically to take a pay cut if she wants to stay in the 8 p.m. chair on MSNBC. I really do hope, Sean, that she's able to afford her beautiful holiday spread and make her December mortgage payment this month.
Well, it's funny, when 54% of your audience just evaporates after Donald Trump wins the election, this is usually what happens, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when your ratings decrease by half, that's usually what happens. So I have not 1 ounce of sympathy for that woman. There are people that I don't like in the media. I don't like Anderson Cooper. I'm not a fan of Van Jones. Rachel Maddow. But there's something about Joy Reid that just makes my skin crawl. She is so loathsome, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the hatred, the race baiting. And it's not so like sometimes I think Van Jones is doing it out of just ignorance and stupidity, but I don't actually think Joy Reid is a stupid person. I think she's like Nancy Pelosi. I don't like her. I don't think she's stupid, right? I think Joy Reid knows exactly what she's doing, and it worked for her for a while because she was able to whip people up into a frenzy and grift off of the reactions and generate the buzz, right? She's not dumb. I just think now that her act is growing tired. That's why 54% of her audience is gone. They disappeared like the millions of people that apparently voted for Biden in 2020. They don't exist anymore. They're gone, and I don't have an ounce of sympathy. Merry Christmas to Joy Reid. It's nice to see her have to take a pay cut, and hopefully that's the first in many steps to get her removed from that position because she doesn't deserve to be on the air, in my opinion.
Great stuff as always, brother. Have a great Christmas, and I will chat with you in 2025, pal.
Sounds good. We'll see you then.
All right, brother. There he is.
Can I just say
it is?
Yes.
May I just say it's great to be able to talk to Sean when he's not doing Trump.
Oh man, I love it. I appreciate
It's awesome.
that, Mary. It's great.
It's fantastic. I thank you so much for this. This is great.
Sean Farish,
Thank
by the
you.
way, if you could, I was told that Donald Trump actually has some thoughts on Mary Walter and her work. Maybe Mr. President can weigh in on just the level of great broadcast knowledge that Mary brings to the table.
Well, I have to say, I got along very well with Andrew Dice Clay. He says, Mary, Mary, quite contrary. But she's a tremendous person, I want to say. Mary Walter does a wonderful job, highly respected, beautiful ratings, and very smart, right? Very smart and very tough. She's a tough cookie, and she does a fantastic job. Very, very smart person, and a very savvy person, and a very successful person. Mary Walter Radio has my complete and total endorsement, believe me.
Wow, how about that?
Thank you. That was so
DJT.
sweet. I appreciate that. Merry Christmas.
Thanks, brother.
Merry
We'll talk
Christmas,
to you.
guys.
All right. There he is, Sean Farish, live from Nashville. We'll come back, get to our morning mystery movie clip, and then to Cut Sheet Part 2, followed by Today in Music History with a very, very sour, bitter, depressed Jets fan Phil Almquist. We'll do that when we come back, but right now, let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Ah, Ezra. Right on time. I bet you thought I'd forgotten your Christmas bonus. There you are.
$5. Maybe I'll go to the movies by myself.
Half of it is from me.
Thank you, Mr. Mortimer.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, today's great prize, a pair of tickets to see 'Twas the Night Before by Cirque du Soleil at the Met Philadelphia. It's coming up tomorrow, Saturday, December 21st at 7:30 p.m. If you are caller 12, you'll get a pair of tickets, the final pair of tickets, 855-839-1210, the phone number. Tickets on sale at livenation.com. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 for the final time in 2024? That is next here on Kayal and Company.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Happy holidays to all. It's the perfect time to talk about Rescue Natural Supplements and their Deck the Hall sale, because right now you can save up to 78% on exceptional natural supplements for every area of your health. From essentials like omega-3s, probiotics, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and more. And the best part? Over a dozen health-boosting rescue products are marked down under $20. Get started. Stock up today. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. With Rescue, you can reinforce your immune system, boost energy, and reach your health goals. Again, there's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So get a head start on your health. Visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today. Hi, everyone. This is Dom Giordano here with my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz, it's good for everyone to know you have the technology and the people to help. Like John, that guy is an artisan of teeth.
Having the expertise or the knowledge, having this equipment added to that just allows me to get those consistent, efficient results, and it builds up your confidence in my abilities. Having somebody like John, who's been in this business for decades, is a big help. He's able to come in using this equipment, and he helps me build the case as I'm actually doing the work. And that is unbelievably second to none for that, because that is a benefit I'm blessed with, to have that ability to have that lab here.
Dr. Bentz and the team at Bentz Dental Group provide solutions for the most complex dental cases. Call Dr. Bentz today at 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
It's officially the merry season, and B101, Philly's official Christmas station, is your home for holiday music. Spinning the biggest and best festive tracks all day long, now through Christmas Day. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Get your holiday fix on the radio at 101.1 FM. Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly, or listen on the go with the free Odyssey app.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
Exactly. That's why I use NordVPN every time I surf the web. Features like Threat Protection Pro's safeguard devices from phishing websites and disable intrusive ads and trackers. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain.
Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too. Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This segment's brought to you by Spring Dance Hot Tubs. It's the 12 days of savings at Spring Dance Hot Tubs from December 12th to the 24th. Get up to $5,000 off hot tubs, up to $2,500 off saunas, and 20% off water care for the first 20 customers that sign up for their new auto ship program. Only at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Visit springdancehottubs.com.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
Like Christmas, everywhere you go. Take a look in the 5 and 10, glistening once again, with candy canes and silver lanes aglow. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Toys in every store.
9:30, Kayal and Company. Friday morning. It's Kayal, Mary, Walter. As we hang out for another 25 minutes, we will get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 coming up here in just a few minutes, as well as Today in Music History with Phil Almquist. And then What's on Tap at the top of the hour. We'll stick around to find out. But we do have our Morning Mystery Movie Clip winner. Scott is in Burlington, New Jersey. And Scott is with us, and he's going to pick up the last pair of tickets. Scott, good morning. How are you? What movie clip did we just play for you, sir?
Good morning. I'm wonderful. That is Trading Places.
That's correct. Trading Places is the correct answer. And you have won a pair of tickets to 'Twas the Night Before, which will be tomorrow night at 7:30 p.m. So if you were not able to scoop up a pair of tickets this week, you can purchase them at livenation.com. All right, Dan Borowski, let's see what we have left in the hopper. It is something we like to call
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. Itchy trigger finger there by Borowski.
Well, it was decent timing, was it not? I hit the mark.
It was like a double tap there. You got to be careful with those buttons.
Mary, what's your professional judgment? What's that not good timing that you just heard there?
Oh, if you think I'm getting in the middle of this, you two are out of your minds. I only have I have half an hour to survive. That's it.
The only thing worse than a pool boy, Mary, is an antsy pool boy.
One that talks back, right?
Yeah.
Nick's just a little ornery because you're making him stick to a clock. Somewhat. It's not even. You're really not making him stick to a clock. You're just making him take breaks.
I'm like Neil Cavuto. I never hit the out on time. Although finally Cavuto hit his out time permanently yesterday because Neil Cavuto signed off from Fox News yesterday.
Took everybody by surprise.
Yeah.
Everybody was taken by surprise by that.
28 years he was there.
Yeah, God bless him.
Do you want to run with that first, Nick? We can roll
going
that.
back. You want to play a little Cavuto?
Yeah, I think that might be a good idea.
I love turning on my,
Phil.
I love turning on my television, and it's 4:57, and I'm getting ready to watch the 5. And he feels the need. I'm taking shots at a guy that just retired, but a guy who, with 3 minutes to go, has to bring on a guest to get to the finish line in a 1-hour show, and then cannot hit the out time and literally gets cut off 3 out of 5 days a week for the 5's hard start time of 5:00 on the clock.
May I just, before you go there, may I just point out you're mocking Neil Cavuto for having a guest on a 1-hour show. You have like 4 people who do this show, okay?
I know. Think about
so
it. I'm like
I will be hosting 9 hours of radio coming up by myself,
so
okay?
So you're solo for all 3 shows?
You don't have co-hosts when I fill in. What are you, insane?
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you're doing all 9 of these hours by yourself.
Well, I mean, there'll probably be some guests there, but nobody wants to be on the radio on December 26th, 27th, and in the lead up to New Year's. So, yeah.
Jesus.
I was going to say, it's called talent, Nick.
Here's what you got to do. Work smarter, not harder. What you should do, voice track the first show. Because you're going to do like the same topics, right? The same stories?
Well, yeah, because there's no time in between a show prep. I'm literally hanging up from one station and dialing into another one and hanging up for that and then dialing into the next one. So, but I get callers. There are other people who don't have families who will be listening and will call in who are working. So
this is not only 9 hours in a day, but there's no breaks.
No. From 9 a.m. When I'm working 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. nonstop.
Oh my God. God bless you.
Yeah. So don't ever complain about your gig.
I got to tell you, if somebody actually said, Nick, I need you to do 9 straight hours and I will pay you
nothing. We get paid nothing.
You could offer me 10 grand right now, tax free, straight cash. No.
Well, it's not on one station. It's 3 separate stations.
Yeah. But there's no chance I'm doing 9 straight hours of anything. I don't even want to golf for 9 straight hours.
Well, I mean, every Sunday I feel like you watch football for 9 straight hours.
That's the only thing I'll do.
You drink for 9 straight hours.
Well, I'm going to drink for 9 hours tonight. All right, let's see. You want to go to Cavuto?
Yeah, we should go to Cavuto. Why not? Let's give him a little send away. Not a big fan myself of him, but no. Phil, why don't you run that clip as Neil says goodbye?
Segment. But today I also wanted to let you know this is my final show. I am leaving Fox.
All right, that's good to know. That'll do it for Neil Cavuto.
Yeah, that's all I care about.
That's all we needed for Neil. I think it's like a 3-minute clip.
He actually made it in time. Wow, look at that.
I'm sure he's a nice guy. I have nothing.
He's a very, very nice man. I don't always agree with his clear political stand. Like, even though he's not supposedly an opinion show, it always snuck in there, especially lately.
I think he could have almost made that list you had earlier. That TDS list.
I've never watched enough. Is he an anti-Trump guy?
I think he is.
Is he really?
But so he doesn't. His TDS, if he has, is not as crazy as the people. He didn't deserve to be on that list.
Okay.
He's like 67 years old and he has MS.
That is sad.
Yeah, so he's got it rough. I mean, I can tell you the last time I was in Fox in New York proper working, he was using a cane at the time, and that was years ago. So.
Yeah, multiple sclerosis, no joke.
What I think, I don't know if I'm right too, but I kind of associate his politics similar to that of Chris Wallace, and I where Chris Wallace ended up.
Yeah, that's a fair analogy. Yeah.
Who's that? Yeah, who's that?
But here's the thing though, and I've always said this: I don't need copy and paste the same personality, the same views, the same opinions 24/7, right? Like there's different styles, there's different approaches. You've got a Hannity out there who I think actually would floss his teeth with Donald Trump's ass hair. But
that's disgusting. Yeah. It is 9:36 in the morning. There are people having breakfast. Really, that's where you went. And where does that come from? What sick, twisted part of your mind did that jump out of?
That was just off the top of my head.
Oh, that's disgusting. Your poor wife.
You got the Gutfelds of the world that are more comedy driven. Different styles for everybody, right? Same thing on this station. We're all not the same. We all don't just share the same views on every single issue. That's what makes the world go round.
It is what makes the world go round. And I think a situation that a lot of people aren't sharing the same opinion on is this one of Luigi Mangione.
Oh, this is great.
Yeah, he was perp walked yesterday. You look at Timothy McVeigh's perp walk compared to Luigi Mangione, and Mangione has like 3 times the amount of people. They were really trying to make a show here.
Yeah.
But that would be cut 18 there, Phil. Give him a second to cue that one up. Here's Luigi walking in with his entourage of police.
Count of federal murder through use of a firearm. A firearms offense as well for using a silencer and muffler in the alleged murder, as well as 2 stalking charges as well. His newly retained attorney, Karen Agnifilo, suggested that federal charges in this case would be overkill. I just want to note, you see New York City Mayor Eric Adams not far behind Mangione there. Again, a very large law enforcement presence. This was an incident that sparked worldwide attention as Mangione was able to get away soon after the murder, clearly in what was a calculated move, as well as investigators finding key details in the search for him. That book bag in Central Park full of Monopoly money, one interesting detail. I believe Bryn Gingras is still...
You notice that little entourage of security there? I mean, how does Luigi have more security than Donald Trump did on July 13th?
I was just going to say that.
I mean, I honestly, seeing that visual there and that walk, I feel like there was a better chance of Thomas Matthew Crooks killing Trump, which we saw, than killing Luigi Mangione right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's just ridiculous.
So the whole idea of being vested up as police officers, whereas Luigi no vest whatsoever, your thoughts on that kind of optics look there?
Giving Luigi the vest?
Was it under the jumpsuit?
Yeah, I didn't notice that. Yeah. Do we have a freeze frame still of that?
So Luigi didn't have a vest, but everybody else around him did.
Yeah.
Well, wait, good. But did he have one under the jumpsuit is my question.
That's a good question.
I don't know.
Sure. Yeah.
Because I would find it hard to believe they would walk him in that open of a space without the vest on.
And I'm surprised to not see a muzzle, to be clear.
Maybe, I mean, and also...
They're going to go with this kind of show.
Is it possible that those who are embracing the death of the CEO are more sick than us who would not even want to kill Luigi ourselves for what he did?
Yeah, and I wonder, like, are these police officers, are they worried of a bad actor, doing something to try to get Luigi out like he's the Joker and being loaded into the back of some kind of van?
It's a high-profile case. You're on the top of that building there, that chopper. Well, that's a walk, isn't it? Did you say Alvin Bragg was there as well?
I don't know.
Or was that Eric Adams?
Eric Adams was definitely there. I know that.
Okay.
I don't know if those two would want to be seen in the same room at this point. Let's go to the next clip there, 19. These are the protesters for Luigi Mangione wearing their Luigi hats to support, I guess, the Super Mario connection there. But I think this is what many would expect people to travel to protest this to look like. Phil, why don't you hit that?
Did you guys drive here for this?
Yep.
How long was that drive?
About 8 hours. We had to leave yesterday because we didn't know that the car was being moved until just very recently. So
Take the mask off, fatso. Can we pause this? I want to freeze this. Right here. Mary, if this doesn't illustrate the mental health epidemic in this country, I don't know what will, or the physical health epidemic. Both of them could afford to miss Christmas dinner for the rest of their lives. Green Luigi hats, and the lady has a mask on.
Don't assume her gender.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. She has a mask on that resembles the mask Bane wore in The Dark Knight Rises. I mean, not only will she not get COVID, she's not gonna get another disease the rest of her life with that thing on.
How much you want to bet she's on a sex strike, too, to protest Donald Trump?
This is just awful. Well, can you really go on strike if nobody's requesting your services?
That's the joke. So 5 words about those two. Stereotypes exist for a reason.
That's it. Say. Do we want to continue on with that? Let's
wait, can I just pause and one more thing? Because 35, Phil, if we have that ready, talking about stereotypes for a reason.
Okay.
Take a watch.
CRFI.
Not her again.
You're like many women. You've been to a birthday party or a small office gathering.
Yeah.
An event that's meant to bring people together.
There she is.
There's swinging tunes, some adult beverages, and good convo.
Yeah, good
convo. And then
convo.
it comes time to cut the cake,
Mm-hmm.
and someone decides to ruin everything. Oh my God, that slice is huge. That slice is bigger than Beyonce's paycheck. Can you cut me half of that? A cake-related fat-phobic incident, or CRFI, is that moment when it's time to eat delicious cake and it's interrupted by a moralizing impulse.
There she is, the San Francisco Health Department. That's the Teletubby division.
I want Mary's thoughts on her, though.
The Teletubby division. Again, this is just a parade of women who are doing the sex strike thing for no reason whatsoever. It's easy to give up because they're not getting it. But I seriously, and listen, if you're going to look like a freak, I try not to comment on people's looks because, I just think it's low hanging fruit and it's mean.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a hand to God true thing. The first time I saw her, I thought she was a dude.
Well, I think probably millions of Americans.
And I'm not saying that to be mean, and I'm not making fun of her looks, but I initially thought she was a guy.
Dan, would you?
No. I mean, with the amount that you can consume, maybe after like 3 bottles of whiskey.
After 82 beers, maybe. All right.
Not going to go much further.
Thank God. All right, that'll do it. That's how you wrap up the year with the what is the official title? It's the she's a publicly it's a taxpayer-funded position, San Francisco Health Department.
Weight czar? Is that
the weight czar.
Is it the weight czar?
Right.
Yeah.
And she'll be as effective at that as Kamala was at the southern border as the border czar.
So as a weight czar, is she advocating for like the type of scales that they have at truck stops, so that because regular scales only go to 300 pounds, and
She's
so
just
that's
advocating
discriminatory?
for fatness and happy fatness, and hey, if I want to have my foot cut off because I became diabetic at 39, then that's my right to do so. Which
Listen,
as
a former fatty, it does suck because people do make little comments, and I don't think people should make comments. It's none of your business, right?
You were fat?
Yeah, I was.
Like what do you mean fat?
I lost almost 60 pounds.
What?
Yeah.
Like,
Long
I've seen
ago, I
pictures
kept
of
it
you, like,
off.
in high school and all that. And,
I've worked with you for multiple years now, and we're just finding out that Mary Walter was once a part of the New Jersey Teletubby Association.
It never came up in conversation.
Okay.
We're always talking about your feet. So I get what she's saying about like people making comments, like you shouldn't make comments, and I agree with that. But where I draw the line is it's just not healthy. Stop trying to pretend that it's healthy. That's wrong, and it's a disservice to people. Even Lizzo has lost a ton of weight. Right? It's just not healthy for you. And I started having problems. And the doctor's like, well, if you lost weight, your knees wouldn't hurt. And I'm like, I hate you.
But
he was
concept.
right.
Yeah.
Right. He was right. So when you get tired of it, instead of trying to change everybody else, change yourself. That's the way I look at it.
There you go. And on that note, we will come back and get to Today in Music History with Phil Almquist as we put a bow on 2024. Back after this. But first, a word from our friends at DuckDuckGo. That's right. 2024 is coming to a close, and so is their 30-day free trial. But you could still capitalize and cash in now. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. We're talking about, the 3-in-1 Privacy Pro subscription service, which includes that VPN. You can take it anywhere you go on any of your devices, up to 5 at one time. Identity theft restoration and personal information removal. The internet, social media, the webs out there, dangerous place these days. Those social media internet streets, credit card information, social security number, your address. You don't want that out there, right? A lot of people with sinister intentions, especially around the holidays, right? Don't deal with it. Do it today. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Free 30-day trial. And then after that, you're going to be so happy that your privacy is secured. You're going to want to continue to maintain that. It's just $9.99 per month. Do it today. DuckDuckGo.com/1210.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 5,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on January 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
It's no secret, the clock is ticking. Grab your last-minute gifts at
News.
Quick, affordable gifts for the whole fam for under $10. Toys by Barbie, Disney, Mattel, Hot Wheels, Nerf, Sonic, Fisher-Price, and more, starting at just $3.99. Small electronics you can easily wrap for $4.99. Box gift sets you can throw a bow on, start at just $5.99. Box cozy PJs start at $9.99. Don't wait, time is running out. Get to Foreman Mills now.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
Or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 950.
Really?
Yes, absolutely,
Yes.
really.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely, really, Mary.
Yes. As we wrap it up on a Friday, Nick, Mary, Ron John, Phil, Jimbo, the whole squad. Stalker's been up all morning. We've got all these emails coming in now. I'm getting
Why is he emailing us so much? It's his day off.
Everybody emails Stalker their thoughts on the show as the show goes along. It's like, we have phones, we have tweets, we have YouTube chats. There are people that still send out emails. Actually, I get like letters here, like fan mail from the mail carriers. Unbelievable.
I didn't get any emails from Stalker, so that's a good thing,
That's
right?
a great thing.
Yeah, I didn't
That's a
get
good
one from
thing.
him today. That's a good thing.
I just have a picture of
like
him
eight.
sitting at home in his jammies yelling at the radio for 4 hours.
Yeah, that's definitely
Right?
a possibility. Yeah, well, that's how brand managers are. Like, they take the day off, they take the week off, and yet they just eavesdrop and they listen and then they lose their mind. And,
Holy crap!
they pull their hair out, they take notes,
They can't stop.
and you get in the conference room and it's weird. The whole charade. All right, that's going to do it for us, but we still have a few little bells and whistles to get to because Phil Almquist is in here. Let me see how many pages he's got.
It's
What do you
like
got over
2
there?
plus
2
today.
plus. You got typed up and stuff. You've got handwritten chicken
Yeah,
scratch.
we'll see what we go.
All
there.
that work and you're not going to get to it.
Yeah. By the
Well,
way,
they'll get to it because I'll make them get to it.
my grandmother would say, you've got awful penmanship.
Yes, I'll keep it right there.
Yeah. You got to work on that handwriting.
I can read everything I wrote.
Is that cursive?
No, it's not cursive.
By the way, can anybody actually still execute cursive handwriting if you were asked to do it right now?
Of course.
My daughters are still, they're actually being, taught that. Or they, in 3rd grade, they're now in 5th grade.
Do they
And
know? Do they know how to spell cursive though?
No,
Like
and neither do I.
C-U-R-S-I-V-E?
No. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. But I tried to imitate them last night and write a bunch of things in cursive, and I forgot how to do certain letters.
Wait. You can't read cursive?
No, I can read it for sure.
You can't write it.
I had trouble using like the certain letters like in cursive because it's been probably 15, 20 years minimum since I've used cursive. The only time I use cursive is in my signature.
So you print?
And I write in all capitals.
That's so it takes up so much time.
Like serial killer.
I type in all capital
Yes,
letters as
Dan,
well.
serial killer, yes.
My big take is typed up in
Manifesto
capital
font.
letters, 16 font.
He's one step away from finding old magazines and cutting letters out and gluing them on a page.
I am.
All his prep sheets.
I am. I'm gonna go by I'm gonna walk by the newsstand when I get out of here today. See what's out there. All right, without further ado, let's get to Phil Almquist today in music history.
On this day in music history on Kayal and Company.
Today Friday, December 20th, we celebrate the birthdays of Chris Robinson from the Black Crowes, who's 58, Alan Parsons, who's 76, and Peter Criss from Kiss, who's now 79. We also lost Bobby Darin on this day in 1973. Singles include Go Your Own Way by Fleetwood Mac in 77. Albums include Live in Japan by UFO in 71. And The Concert for Bangladesh by George Harrison on that very same day. Also in 86, the Bangles were top the singles chart with Walk Like an Egyptian. In 74, Joe Walsh replaced Bernie Leadon in the Eagles. In 69, the Stones were top the UK album chart with Let It Bleed. In 2009, My Chemical Romance returned after a 7-year absence. In 2016, the 1969 Woodstock Festival site is nominated for the State and National Register of Historic Places. In 80, AC/DC's Back in Black peaks at number 4 on the U.S. album chart. But lastly, and also in 2016, on a flight from Vietnam to South Korea, Richard Marx actually helped subdue an unhinged passenger who started attacking flight attendants and fellow passengers. Marx's wife, Daisy Fuentes, had been vacationing in Hanoi before the flight. By the way, who decides I'm going to go to Hanoi on vacation for a Kayal company? I fell up. By the way, speaking of the Jets, because I know you mentioned them earlier.
Yeah, today in sports history as well.
There are 4 teams that have never made the Super Bowl. There are 12 that have never won the Super Bowl. The Jets are not on either of those lists. And not only that, but the Eagles have won the same number of Super Bowls as the Jets. Period. Stop.
Wow, throwing shots ahead of Christmas over here.
And from now on, going forward, I'm going to take shots at a Philly-based team every single day in 2025 until I leave the show or I'm fired from the show, which will be decades from now. So every day from now on. Because even Jeopardy was knocking the Jets. I'm done.
You just write yourself a 10-year contract?
Yeah. He's got Joy Reid's staying power.
Draw up that contract during the next break, and Stalker will sign off on it by 10:02.
I got free speech right here. He does time to knock the Philly teams.
There you go. Why not? Take a shot, man. Shoot or shoot. All right, Mary Walter, even though you don't have a Christmas tree and you don't celebrate the holidays, you have a great holiday, okay?
Thank you. You too. I do celebrate. It's just that not this year.
When's that 9-hour shift of radio coming up?
The 26th, 27th, and 30th.
Oh, so you're doing this 9 hours a day for 3 days?
Yeah, 2 back-to-back, yeah.
Wow. I would need another vocal cord surgery. I'd be shot.
Yeah, well, I'm a pro.
You are. God bless you.
So,
and you're a tough cookie, as Sean Farish would say. All right, everybody have a great Christmas. Have a happy holiday. Whatever it is that you celebrate, enjoy it. Have a great New Year. We will be back in some form or fashion on Thursday, January 2nd, and then the full cast back together on Monday, January 6th.
See, you're not coming back to the 6th, just like the government.
J6.
What a day.
Me and Ray Epps for 4 hours.
Well, thanks for having me. It's always fun. Appreciate it. And it's great to work with Pool Boy again.
There she is, Mary Walter. Bye. Everybody have a great day, a great holiday. Dan, who's coming up again next?
We got Anthony Mazzarelli, Kevin O'Dowd coming up next. They'll be talking TikTok and SCOTUS. We'll be talking Congress, preview of the PA governor's race, and how about another drone update? That's coming up next on the Dawn Show. Anthony Mazzarelli, Kevin O'Dowd in for Dawn.
All right, and if you see any drones over the next 12 days, don't share it with me. I don't care. Everybody have a great holiday, and as John Fetterman would say, one last time for 2024.
Good night, everybody.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying,
will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC.